twilight is gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spur, singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. They are like a good closer, there when you need them. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Gamecock owned and operated. So is the Barndominium Company, and they can build you a house as good as anybody in America. And they got a bunch of plaques and awards and trophies and all the good things, kind of like the trophy that was won by the team behind me. To prove all that, head to thebarndoco.com and you can build your dream home today here in the Carolinas. And there's big Gamecock fans as anybody out there tonight as well. We've got a wide open Wednesday as far as the chat box goes, at least for a little bit. And some of you who we don't get to hear from time to time, we are excited to see you. We do have a buy or sell coming up here in 15 minutes. Kind of old school. Me, Mad Dog, and JEC will pop in for that segment as well. No Will Crow today. So Will, I got a call last night from him in his efforts to continue rehabbing to get back to the big leagues. He's been getting a bunch of phone calls from organizations around Major League Baseball. Will is going to be throwing a bullpen here in about 10 minutes. Not a bullpen. Sorry. He's throwing a live against the College of Charleston. Coach Holbrook's going to have him out for the second time this spring to pitch against his guys in an inter-squad scrimmage, and we're wishing Will all the best in the world. He threw very, very well against the Cougars a couple of weeks ago, and we'll get him back next week. So he's got an excused absence today from our program. Now, as far as Holbrook goes, we got a big problem because he's messing with my business, and I don't like people who mess with my business. So Chad and I are going to have a little talk about this once I get off the air today and once they're done with their scrimmage, you don't start poaching my guys. In all due respect, Will was Chad's guy long before he was ever anybody else's. But so we won't have him. But we will at 11 o'clock today have the great Ray Tanner here and Coach Tanner, former AD, of course, at South Carolina. We will relive what everybody gets to relive tonight at 7 o'clock on the SEC Network. In Spirit will debut to the public. I've mentioned this, everybody probably knows by now. I've watched this thing multiple times. Thanks to ESPN for sending me a sneak peek at it. It is as good as you could possibly want it to be. It is everything that you could possibly want it to be. You might tell yourself you're not a crier. That all goes out the window in the 7 o'clock hour tonight. You will shed a tear. And you'll have all the feels that you had then from winning the championships and everything in between. It is just remarkably done. Hat tip to Jake Williams, who's been working on this thing for like 8 or 9 years. He started putting it together on his own, and then it just kind of went from there. We will get Jake on at some point and let him tell us about the process. But he's been just swarmed with things going on over the last few weeks since the news came out that this would be out today. So we're so excited. So everybody make sure that you've blocked off your calendar for tonight at 7 o'clock. It is just something remarkable, Phil. I know you've now seen it as well. And it's wow. What a well done piece. So we're really, really excited about that. We'll talk to Coach Tanner about that. And we'll do our best to mix in as much as we can with him. But this is about this. This is about celebrating the lives of two young men who inspired this baseball program, Charlie Peters and Baylor Teal. Baylor Teal will be watching this from heaven tonight. Charlie Peters will be watching this from wherever Charlie is today. Maybe Coach can give us an update on that, and celebrating the teams that took those kids and what they learned and got from them and went out and won a national championship. And then they went out and won another national championship. So just can't wait to get to all that. Thanks to all of you who have continued to donate to Coach Toman. We will ask Coach for a little bit of an update. He's scheduled to have surgery today, was the last word that I got, to go in and operate on the brain tumor that we caught wind of just a few days ago. So continue to keep him on your prayer list as well. Jim Toman was around for the first 3 World Series. He was on that staff. He experienced Omaha. So we'll make sure that we mix him into this today with Coach 02, 03, 04. And then he helped bring the players in that eventually would go on to win this thing in 10 and 11 as well. And we love Coach Toman and his family. And we'll continue to push out those donation links as well. Thanks to Fox Buyer for setting that up. Great Gamecock. Last night, Carolina baseball, Phil, 6-5. They win. If you were frustrated and turned it off at 5-1 or stopped listening at 5-1, you missed the 8th inning. The Gamecocks came roaring back and were able to score 5 late runs to conclude the regular season without a midweek loss. Matter of fact, they don't have any quad 2, 3, or 4 losses. We got way too many quad 1s. But no quad 2, 3, or 4s, as John pointed out. That is something good for this program this year. But it was a magical 8th inning for South Carolina baseball, who was able to come back and get it done. KJ Scobie also went yard in this ball game, and hat tip to Zach Russell and then Parker Marlott, who came in to close the game last night. And Carolina is now 1 game above 500 at 27-26. They will have to win a game against LSU this weekend to not finish the regular season below 500. So, congratulations to those guys. And Clint's right. They had the loss against North Carolina, but I meant, y'all know what I meant, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mid-major Power 5. Yeah. Non-P4 opponents.
Yeah. So congratulations to those guys for getting that thing done last night. All right, I told you it's a wide open Wednesday, so I have no problem going to the Nana Sports chat box early today, Phil, and getting some in from some folks who we probably don't hear from, like David Vaughn, who's in Austria.
Right.
Holy moly. Look, there's been a I had some, when I was at ESPN, I had some calls from time to time. I would do, so every year on my show on ESPN, I would do a big thing for Army and Navy. It would be 3 straight hours of phone calls, go Army, go Navy. And it was really neat. And then we also did one on the Friday before Memorial Day. And then we would always do one on Veterans Day for folks to be able to call in and give us the stories of their families or themselves. If they were a veteran, tell us who you are, where you served, and thank them for their service. And then if you had somebody, unfortunately, with Memorial Day that you wanted to honor publicly, we would allow that. And I can't even, those were my favorite shows always. We're such proud supporters of the U.S. military, Phil, as you know, and we used to get calls from all over the place. I mean, we would get like satellite calls and stuff from people who listened via the online stream in other countries. A lot of them would be bases in like, England or Italy or something like that. I'm pretty sure nobody ever called me from a cave in Afghanistan or anything, but that was always neat. And then since we've been doing all the streaming stuff for the last 5 years, you do hear from people from time to time in places like Washington and New York, New Mexico, California, Colorado. I mean, we've seen a lot. John Little's called us from outside of a dumpster somewhere in Ohio at one point in time. But I think this is a first for Austria. Phil, can you remember in Austria?
A live shout out from Austria, maybe not. I know we've had a couple. We have had one from Germany, and it's interesting, JB, because I get to see all the, like, if you dig into the YouTube numbers and the podcast numbers where people are downloading and actually, listening to it, and we're worldwide. I mean, it's all over.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're on the internet.
I know, right? It's neat. Yeah, we've got listeners in Japan, we got Indonesia.
Yeah, I used to, before like all this stuff really started happening. Remember when iHeartMedia kind of started taking over? They were buying out all the Clear Channel stations, and all that, and it was turning into iHeartRadio, and that was their big pitch. That's what they ran in all of their spots. It was, you listen worldwide on the iHeart Radio app and streaming worldwide, and nobody really could like be able to say that at the time,
right?
Now,
now with the internet, I mean, it's just assumed, but it's neat to see.
Yeah, now, you can. We're actually literally all over the world, so that's pretty neat. But David did say he lives in Colombia, but he's visiting family in Austria.
Yeah, David is a frequent listener, so we do appreciate that. But yeah, thanks for listening to us while you're on vacation.
Yeah, certainly appreciate that, and for any of you Lloyd Christmases out there, it is Austria. Not Australia.
Not Australia. That's right.
Another shrimp on the bobby. Kenny said it.
What about 4 something, I think, over there? Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Good afternoon, right. I should have said.
Good afternoon. Kenny said this hits home for me. His uncle was a baseball player at Wofford, and he also was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Thankfully, he made the recovery, and I am praying that Storm gets through this. We all are. We're hoping for a miracle. Clearly, I know that the emotions have been, pretty tough for those close with Coach. I had a little moment the other night when I was texting with him, and the news that it is terminal is something that I think a lot of us are beginning to not come around to, but comprehend, if you will, and let's just see what happens here. Let's just see what happens. Look, Jim Toman was a part of Gamecock baseball. Today, we're going to celebrate the story of Gamecock baseball and 2 kids that inspired them to do things that nobody really thought they could do outside of that program. Maybe inside of it, they believed at some point in time it would happen, but for the longest time, it felt cursed. And Baylor Teal, obviously, his story, he didn't Baylor will always live, but Baylor is not here standing next to us today. Charlie is, and that is, there's a miracle in that. And so maybe there's a miracle with Coach Toman as well. And the miracle of Baylor Teal took place in Carolina baseball's uniforms and within the borders of Founders Park and up in Conway and out in Omaha and places like that. And so there's a miracle in there somewhere for Coach Toman, and we'll find it. Everybody's going to find it, and we'll continue to pray for him. So thank you for saying that, Kenny. That certainly means a lot. Bruin asked, did he already know when he was on last week? He did not. He did not. At that point in time, and I want to be, careful about how much information that I say that just doesn't need to be said. But at that point in time, he had not been feeling great. He had not been feeling great. But it would have been really hard for anybody to tell, it not just here on camera, but just in general, because Coach Toman, that's just not him. Like he's an open book about things, and he'll kind of tell you what's on his mind and how he's feeling and whatever it is. But he also, he just always kind of carried on. He just carries on about everything. He just doesn't, I don't know. It's very similar to if you were up 10-0 in the fourth inning or down 10-0 in the fourth inning. He's just Coach Toman. So no, he didn't know about this, but it was shortly after that when he decided he needed to look into this. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But we're certainly thinking of Coach Toman. Tomorrow on our program, we'll be joined by Ashley Chastain. Ashley is getting her team ready to host a regional this weekend. And if they win it, they'll host a super regional next weekend. And the Gamecocks will be on the field at 5:30 on Friday. It is, again, not necessarily being announced just yet as a sellout, as they've been trying to do everything they can to hold back some walk-up tickets to allow people who just maybe haven't gotten around to it to be able to walk up and get them. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that or not. I mean, the demand has just been outrageous, which is awesome. And but she'll be here tomorrow, and we're really excited to have Ashley be able to give her view of this thing as they head in to the postseason as a top 8 national seed. We'll also have Raphael tomorrow, and we will talk to him about postseason softball. So we're excited to get some odds on that. We're going to move him up. And then on Friday, we will have a full regional preview with our buddy Brad Muller. And then Coach Lake will be back as well into regularly scheduled programming at 11 o'clock. So it's a full boat the next couple of days, and we're really excited about all of those things. If you are going this weekend, like my family is, to watch Carolina softball, hopefully win a regional at Beckham Field, and you don't own any softball gear, have no fear. Gamecock Traditions is here for you. GamecockTraditions.com. You can order it and have it sent to you, but it might not get there just in time. I mean, they're really quick about getting it out the door, but who knows with U.S. mail. So if you're going to be in Columbia, go to Gamecock Traditions and go get your softball gear and support them very loud and proud. Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. Obviously, you can look at the catalog. They've got the cocky polos out now where he's running with the football or swinging a baseball bat and all that stuff. The golf shirts, if you need a new golf shirt for the summer, these are awesome. So head to GamecockTraditions.com. You can view it and go in there and get you something real nice, Clark. It is also graduation season. If you've got kids in your family, your neighbors, whatever, going to South Carolina and you want to help them dress up the dorm room or get some stuff to wear around campus, that's where you want to go. They got the best selection of Under Armour gear in the state of South Carolina. It's the widest selection that you can find. GamecockTraditions.com. When we return, JC's going to pop in. We're going to play some buy or sell. And then coming up at 11 o'clock this morning, Coach Tanner will be here. We will relive it with him. What happened in spirit tonight? All of you get to see at 7 o'clock on the SEC Network. We'll be right back.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking, and they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961, Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lessons today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting: hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
Hats off to Ray Tanner and his kids. They have rewritten the record books here at the College World Series.
These guys, I believe they can win. They play hard every day. We know that we don't have awesome talent, but we show up and play, and some good things have happened for us.
Back-to-back national champions. It's a huge feat for this team. How were you guys able to do it?
We've met some people that have battled, like Charlie here, our bat boy. You know, he battled in Baylor Teal last year. I guess that's where we get that from.
When we talk about Baylor and Charlie as part of our World Series appearances, those two guys had a tremendous impact on what we did.
We had some tough kids who really grinded it out on the field, but Baylor and Charlie were warriors. They went through real life experiences, something that most of us have seen family members go through, but have not experienced it ourselves.
Coming up tonight at 7 on the SEC Network, In Spirit again. Hat tip to Jake Williams for spearheading this thing years and years ago. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Carolina baseball coverage is brought to you by our friends at Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. If you would like to soup up your outdoors and make your wife happy like I finally did, head to palmcasual.com. There are 4 locations here in South Carolina and now 1 in North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina, to be exact. Palm Casual has the best outdoor furniture that money can buy. That's for sure. It's not the cheapest, but it's the best. And we are part of the Palm Casual family. Just so you know, that is also Gamecock owned and operated. And they employ many, many Gamecocks, including a recent grad who is now running the store up in Wilmington. Go get him, Josh. You better sell something. Don't get fired on your day off. We love Josh. All right, let's play some buy or sell.
It's time to buy or sell on Inside the Gamecocks The Show.
All right, so I have mixed this thing up here. We've got softball, we've got baseball, we've got football all going on. Do we have background music to go with it? There we do. Yeah, and there we go. There's the band. Look, they had to dust off the instruments. They've been in the
I had to dig all this up here. I'm like, oh my goodness.
We haven't played in a while. We've been so guest heavy. We've got a longtime listener, first-time caller, JC Sherbert, I believe. Hello, JC.
Paul.
Like the old days here.
Oh, yeah.
Right. That's right.
Speaking of the old days,
Wednesdays were awesome. Yeah. JB and Goldwater marathon, that segment. That was awesome.
Well, I was just about to mention that. Speaking of the old days, I did get a text from Darren Goldwater the other night congratulating us on all of those #1 rankings we just received.
Yeah.
And which was awesome. And so I want to give a shout out to Darren and Heather, his wife, and his all the ladies in Darren's family. Darren, I enjoyed working with Darren, and Darren is a pro. He's good at everything he does. He's an awesome dude. He might be a Penn State fan, but that's all right.
Yeah.
I don't really view Penn State fans down here as Yankees. You know what I mean? Like, even though Pennsylvania is like, if you're, they all move here and we all want to call them Yankees, and that's true. I don't really view Penn State football fans as Yankees. I more view Ohio State football fans as Yankees than I do Penn State fans.
There's a lot of Yankees and rednecks mixed in with both of those fan bases.
That's a great point.
Yeah, James Carvell always says when they talk about Pennsylvania, because it's a battleground state. It's Pennsylvania, it's Pittsburgh in the west, Philadelphia in the east, and Alabama in the middle.
Yeah, right.
and then Ohio is all kinds of daggum. I mean, there's a lot of rednecks in Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio.
Hell, there's a lot. There's a lot in Illinois geographically, but there's just more. The people aren't there. They're not. They're in the big spread out part where there's nobody lives.
Yeah,
everybody in Chicago is different. So
that's a good point. Good point. Well, JC, I'm glad to have you. Thanks for joining us today.
You're welcome.
And I know you have a show coming up in a little bit, so we'll just get to it here. All right, buy or I've got 4 on the list today. 4 buy or sells. Okay. All right, everybody ready? Buy or sell. Sherbert, we'll start with you since you're a first timer around here. We'll start with you. Buy or sell 10 or more SEC teams in the super regionals of softball. 10 or more. Here, I to help your I know it's only 9:30 up there, so the brain's just kind of getting going. A reminder here: A&M is a host as the 1 seed. Florida's a 3 seed, and they're a host. Obviously, the Gamecocks are a host as an 8 seed. Texas is a host as a 6. That's 4. Tennessee, the 7 seed, that's 5. LSU is the 10 seed, that's 6. Alabama is the 15 seed, that's 7. Oklahoma, the 2 seed, 8. And Arkansas is the 4 seed, that's 9. So 9 teams are hosting right now.
I'm going to sell.
Okay.
I feel like 9's a good number.
9? Are you going with the 9 hosts to advance?
No. I think that would be,
an upset.
It's never like that.
Oh.
There's never chalk in the batting, the diamond and bat sports. It's never chalk. Somebody gets hot. Somebody does this. Yeah. So I'm going to sell it. I just, not that. Heck, there could be 13 for all I know, but I think I think there'll be some surprises here, there, and yonder.
Okay. Well, name the one SEC softball team you're pulling for the hardest besides South Carolina.
Missouri.
Oh, that's bull. Come on. This is a universal answer, gentlemen. It's the Kentucky Wildcats. They're in the upstate.
Oh, against.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even put that together either. Jeez. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go Kentucky then. Jeez.
Go Cats.
Yeah. Oh, meow. All right. Mad Dog, buy or sell 10 or more SEC teams in the Supers.
In this league, I'm selling that. I think it'll be about 8 or 9.
8 or 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it. I don't think Liberty went to a super last year, by the way, and they are in College Station, but I don't see anybody taking down A&M. I think Florida's going to be fine. I think South Carolina is going to be okay. In Texas, Knoxville Regional's interesting. You've got Ohio State and North Carolina in there with Tennessee, but it's hard to win at Tennessee in the postseason of softball. So I'll take them. These are all host seeds.
I totally thought we were talking about baseball.
This is softball, Phil.
I'm gonna change my answer.
Oklahoma's advancing. Arkansas is advancing. There's some intriguing ones. I'm a little unsure about what's going to happen in T-Town. Alabama, careful with Virginia Tech. I think Alabama gets through, but careful. Ole Miss in Tucson, very intriguing. Very intriguing. Arizona's record looks remarkable, but what they've had to run through and what the Rebels have had to run through are two different things. And if something strange happens in Lubbock, Texas Tech, I mean, they might have the best pitcher in the country. If not, she's one of the 2 or 3 best, I'd say. But depending how things fall, you never know. Mississippi State could rise from the ashes there. I think Florida State's going to be fine in Tallahassee. Auburn is down there as a 2 seed, I think. I'm gonna go 10. Georgia, I don't know, man. Georgia at Duke. Coastal's up there too. Coastal's pretty good. Coastal beat South Carolina earlier this year. Duke better be careful. Carolina swept them in Durham. I'm gonna go 10 or more. I'm buying. I'm buying my own question.
Right on.
All right. Currently, on the baseball side, South Carolina is not one of these. The projected 16 regional hosts as of yesterday by D1 Baseball. They're always the ones that are the closest on this. That's who I always use. I'm going to name you the top 16 seeds. All right, Schubert, and Mad Dog.
Got it.
Which, by the way, you need to bring that jersey back out. I don't know where it's been, what you've done to it. And you need to put the old name back on it, not the one that actually has your real name.
Not the real name.
Yeah. Hey, you muted yourself there, pal. Does this guy host a show? Yeah.
I left that at the embroiders to fix the name. Yeah, but I didn't do it because I was embarrassed. All I was. I did it because I want to keep it, but man, it sat at the embroiders for like 6 months. I just never went to that part of town and forgot. Finally picked it up. It's only $15 to get it done. But it's somewhere in a box.
Okay.
With some other, with my Gamecock baseball jersey. You remember that bad boy?
Yeah.
That's in there too. But I'll bust it back out. It's too hot to wear it now. It's starting to get warm here.
Oh, well, that's good news. All right. It's supposed to be like 90 here by the end of the week. All right. So here's the top 16 as of yesterday. Texas at 1, LSU at 2, Arkansas at 3. They're all in the SEC, in case anybody needs to be reminded. LSU will be in town starting tomorrow, take on the Gamecocks. Florida State is the projected 4 seed, with Mississippi State as a projected 3 seed in that one. Vandy is the projected 5 seed. How about the Commodores? Georgia as the 6. They've been struggling, but they're still in there. Auburn as the 7, North Carolina the 8. Oregon the 9, Coastal 10, UCLA 11, Oregon State 12, TCU 13, Alabama 14, NC State 15, West Virginia 16. Clemson was knocking on the door of the top 8. Not only have they played their way out of that, they played their out of a their way out of a regional host altogether, according to D1. D1's got them as a 2 seed in Conway. That ain't where you want to be a 2 seed right now. They just went up there and got beat. That would be a nightmare scenario for the Tigers. It'd be great for everybody else. All right, but so my point is Texas, LSU, Arkansas, Georgia, Vanderbilt, Auburn, and Alabama right now are the 7 projected regional hosts out of the SEC. The 2 seeds include Tennessee in Morgantown, Florida in Raleigh, Kentucky in Oregon State, Ole Miss at North Carolina, and I believe that's it. Buy or sell, Phil, over 7.5 regional hosts for SEC baseball, so 8 or more. Are you buying or selling 8 or more regional hosts for SEC baseball?
I'm going to buy that. I think I don't know. I just feel like they're not looking at conference so much anymore these days as much as they used to when they start selecting host sites and are actually trying to zero in on some of the best.
Well, you can't. Conferences are too big.
Yeah, right. I know. It's absolutely ridiculous on that side of things. But 8 or more, I'm buying that. Yeah, because I think 8 is a good number.
Okay, so are you the 7 that are in there? Okay, those 7, you don't think any of them move?
No, I don't think any of them move.
The only one that, unless it just the wheels on the bus really roll off into the ditch, the only one in there that could potentially find their way out of it, probably Alabama, but I don't see it. Of the 4 2 seeds, Tennessee, Florida, Kentucky, and Ole Miss. Who are you buying from that group to hop up and snatch one?
I think Florida has the ability to jump up and grab one, depending on how things go for them in Hoover. I think they've got a really good shot at actually winning that altogether. And you go down there and win that tournament, then you'll get one. Right. And I don't think you're going to kick another SEC team off of that, right? I don't know. You could swap Florida and Alabama, but Tennessee also, sweep this weekend and,
Well, they don't have to sweep. They're going to Arkansas. So, but if they win the series in Fayetteville, and they've got 42 wins on the year with 17 league wins and an RPI at that point in time in the top 10, they're hosting. What do you think?
Surprised they're not projected as that now. They have slid a little.
What do you think, Schubert?
I'm going to buy it.
I am too. I'm with you. I don't see any way that they don't get 8. Tennessee's on the teeter-totter line when it comes to the RPI. They're at 15. They don't have to win the series this weekend to fall way out. Matter of fact, they could lose the series and the RPI actually improves.
I was just looking at West Virginia. It's intriguing to me that they're historically not what you would call a powerhouse in baseball, especially in the Big 12 where they're kind of an outpost compared to some of the other schools. But Randy Mazey, who was at East Carolina, former Clemson guy, riled everybody up when East Carolina played at South Carolina at the Sarge way back when. I guess his top assistant, Steve Sabins, has taken over for him this year and kind of kept it going, but he built that thing into something. I was kind of looking, if they do get a regional host, they've kind of run up guys some big numbers in the Big 12 by playing teams like Utah and BYU and Cincinnati and some of the teams in the Big 12 now that are not synonymous with baseball power. They didn't play Arizona State, for example, lost 2 or 3 to Arizona. So that would be the type of team in a regional that I would think with a Tennessee or somebody going in there would be problematic.
Mm-hmm. Cincinnati really wanted Monty Lee last year to be their head coach. I
don't blame him.
Going
into that league,
amongst many. Yeah. The Dodgers wanted him too. But luckily he's here. Yeah, look, the Big 12 has been, I mean, dude, Texas Tech. I mean, Texas Tech is 19-30. Like, that's not, that's not normal. Arizona is not where they usually are. Good, but they're not where they usually are. Oklahoma State is down. They're 24-22 on the year. I'm not buying West Virginia, though, as a national seed. They are 23rd in the RPI. They only have 4 quad 1 wins, dude. They're 4-4 in quad 1 opportunities.
They hadn't really. Yeah, Oklahoma State, even as poo-poo as they are, I mean, they had 3 games out in Stillwater. 2 of them were rained out, so they only played 1. I mean, it's really like, all right, we're gonna, I mean, Kennesaw State was a quality out of conference series win for them. Because I was trying to figure out how in the hell, because this is we're going on about 3 years where West Virginia's been pretty good at baseball. And I'm like, how does this happen? But in the Big 12, in fairness, they did add Arizona State, but they did lose Texas and Oklahoma, who would probably run away with the league. But your baseball schools in that league, Texas Tech, TCU, West Virginia did not play TCU either. Oklahoma State, the Arizona schools, and then Houston and UCF have a lot of upside. Cincinnati, I remember when they were in the Metro with Carolina, they were god awful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but heck, Kentucky's only an hour from there, so if Kentucky can win,
pardon me, Well, West Virginia should never be bad in baseball. Like, Morgantown, first of all, is a cool college town. The distance of Morgantown to Baltimore to Cleveland to Pittsburgh, the amount of players that are up there, like the SEC and a lot of the ACC, most of the ACC, they don't heavily recruit up there. Kentucky will go up and do it, but you don't get a lot of that. And there's such great baseball up there. Hell, I could tell you just from experience, from all the way when I was in high school, you would see a lot of teams from those areas come down here and play in the hit tournaments and stuff like that, and they were just loaded with dudes who were going all over the place, and I mean, but most of those, they were committed to teams that weren't from anywhere around here. Nobody had seen them play. And so if you're at West Virginia and you just have to go watch tournaments in Baltimore or Cleveland or Pittsburgh, like, there's players everywhere up there. So they should win. I mean, we should be able to tap into that. It's, what, JC, in a kind of a sneaky way, it's almost similar to how you describe the Delmarva area from time to time with football players, and finally, Carolina, hey, well, we can go up there and get some players. Oh, shoot. Hey, yeah, we'd like to come play down south. If those guys up there can just keep those players, like if Maryland can keep those players around, like they're going to be pretty good. So,
Maryland, if you look at the draft numbers for a state, that's where DC's very high per capita, Maryland's high per capita. Northern Virginia is one of 3 talent pockets in that state, along with Richmond and the 757. So, yeah, Urban Meyer used to say that. He would be like, "That's good football there." Say what you want about Urban Meyer. He's a machine when it comes to football knowledge. I listen to his podcast. Yeah, I just don't think about like what type of human being he may or may not be. I just kind of think about that, but he knows ball. He knows ball really well.
So do you, Sherbert. All right, I'm buying it. We're all buying.
I don't have 3 national championships and a brother-in-law. Or no, yeah. Anyway, whatever.
We're all buying this, right?
Yeah, I'm buying that 8 or more.
Bye.
Okay. Tennessee, and don't forget Ole Miss. Tennessee at 15 in the RPI, Ole Miss at 18 in the RPI. The Rebels have the 3rd most quad 1 wins in the country with 13 of those, which makes Carolina somehow winning that series a little bit more impressive. Tennessee's got 11. So if they get 2 this weekend against Arkansas, I mean, I don't know how you keep them out. All right.
I want to say one thing. You ever notice like Clemson baseball does this every single year? Like every single year they hit a point where they are just trash. And then sometimes they bounce back and win the ACC tournament or whatever, but they always have a period of time where they're trash. That, and they usually lose and don't get to Omaha. That's just been like their program for a long time. I've noticed that. It doesn't matter how good they are at the beginning. If they beat Carolina, they'll run into a cluster of ACC teams and just be awful. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's just kind of something I've noticed. I was like, well, inevitably they'll hit their streak that they always do, and then they bounce back. Really interesting to see. I think that them and Tennessee both have really good teams, so they could advance.
Maybe Clemson should bring their band back out or something like that and make them, put them out in the outfield again like they did one game this year for South Carolina. Or I don't know. Maybe they should maybe not worry about all the, the smoke and mirrors of creating banana ball and just go play ball.
That's what they need to play. More games in the football stadium is what they need to do.
I don't know about banana ball, man. Just don't know about it.
Yeah, it's not really for me, but I get it. All right, let's get into some fun stuff here on the gridiron side of things. Schubert, back to your team on Pirate Radio. Buy or sell? We got one. We just got it yesterday, but it's not at home. Buy or sell over 2.5, so 3 or more night games at Williams-Brice Stadium this year. We'll get a couple more kick times later on this month, and then we'll get some kick windows coming up in June. I got a feeling there's going to be a few flexes in there this year for South Carolina. Are you buying 3 or more night games at Williams-Brice Stadium?
Buying. Definitely. I mean, the home schedule is so good. And there'll be some flexes, but with because they do it in advance with those windows, there's expectations. And so if you're trying to kind of, get it on the green, so to speak, if you're a TV scheduler, you look at Alabama at South Carolina, you look at Clemson at South Carolina, then the Vandy and Kentucky games are both at home. Those sometimes cycle down to like an SEC network nighttime kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think and then SC State probably is going to be the streaming game, and Carolina usually has that at night. So I just don't. I don't see it. I see that happening this year.
Week 3, September the 13th, you mentioned Vanderbilt in South Carolina. Alabama hosts Wisconsin that weekend. Ole Miss hosts Arkansas that weekend. LSU hosts Florida that weekend. Georgia is at Tennessee that weekend. And, there's a game in South Bend between Texas A&M and Notre Dame.
Yeah, Vandy's probably ESPNU, dude.
Well, there's 3 ABC windows, so keep that in mind.
That week. That's one thing that kind of gets you away from the nooner sometimes and gets you more of those 4 o'clock or 7 o'clock network kickoffs. Is ABC takes more, like, whereas with CBS it was 1 game, sometimes 2.
Right. The home slate this year, for the sake of this question: South Carolina State, Vanderbilt, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Alabama, Coastal Carolina, and that team in the upstate at the end. So, Phil, are you buying or selling 3 or more night games in Williams-Brice Stadium?
I'm going to buy that as well. I got a feeling, SC State's going to be one just because, why not? Fire up the light show on the Plus Network, and then of the rest, only 2 of them need to be night games. I could see maybe 2, but I think you give the venue the benefit of the doubt if you're the network when you're wanting to really put something on display on TV. So
okay,
I'm gonna buy that.
Fear the Crescent Moon. Fear the Crescent Moon. Homecoming is Saturday, October the 25th against Alabama. Salute the Troops is November the 22nd. Trying to figure out, I'm kind of guessing here that the State Fair is going to fall on a week or 2 weeks where South Carolina is not at home, unless they've got it lapping over and into Halloween, which I don't think they do, because generally it laps over into Halloween down here in Charleston, the Coastal Carolina Fair. I think because you get Oklahoma could be.
I've got an answer for you, actually, thanks to Google. Yeah, they it's that Oklahoma game,
Oklahoma,
18th,
okay.
because the fair ends that Sunday on the 19th.
Okay, all right, Oklahoma.
So hey, Oklahoma feel right at home. They always
Yeah.
play Texas during the Texas State Fair.
That's right.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Look at carnies, eat some sauce, smell like sausage and old soup. The carnies, Ferris wheel, bearded lady, take a poop.
Yeah, I'm not.
I always wondered what the words to that song were.
Well, I mean, they probably love carnies. There's probably a lot of carnies that do come out of the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah, I can see
I'd
that.
imagine it's a high producing. Isn't Clown College in Oklahoma, Phil, or am I thinking about Kansas?
No, I don't know. Let's see.
Let's see where there's. Are there several Clown colleges? I don't know.
Let's
All
look
right.
at Wheeling Brothers.
Last one.
Hey, Phil, Michael Lynn wants to be a member, so throw him the link whenever you get a chance in the chat box.
Yeah.
$5 million. All right, I'm buying 2, by the way. I'm going with 3 exactly. 3 of 7. Okay, and then Phil on this one. Last one. Buy or sell at least one major publication. One. Just got to be one. Major publication. It could be ESPN. It could be Coaches. It could be AP. I don't know what else y'all would consider a major publication. Maybe Phil Steele, if you want. One major publication ranking the Gamecocks in the preseason top 10.
I'm going to buy it. There's too much hype and stuff going around right now. I think one. I think you get on one.
Top 10. Yeah, I think some put Carolina in the top 10. They already are.
Major publication, not like Frank's top 25. Frank's hot sauce top 25. That's not what I'm talking about.
Hey, don't knock the Frank's hot sauce.
That would actually be a brilliant
Frank
move
Red
for
Hot.
them.
Frank's
You
Red
know,
Hot.
Frank's Red Hot top 25. They'd sell more freaking hot sauce than they'd know what to do with.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to make it.
On everything.
Harrison says Clown College is located in Pickens County, South Carolina.
I quit digging after that. No, apparently there's 2, at least for Ringling Brothers, one in Wisconsin and one down in Florida. So
Wisconsin's close to me.
Yeah.
I can't visit. My wife hates clowns. She's terrified of them. That and cicadas. It's weird.
What am I? Oh, YouTube.
All right. Anything else?
Y'all are both y'all agreed on that top 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'll go with
it.
1, and they come in at number 10.
Probably.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think anybody's going to have them ranked at 5. I mean, but
No.
hey, good on you if you do.
I can pretty much tell you what the top 5 is going to be. I think we could all guess that.
Right.
Same teams every year. All right, that concludes it. Buy or sell, brought to you by Pirate Radio.
Yeah. All right, folks.
JC, it's always a pleasure. Glad you got to see me.
Yeah, good to see you. I'll be back during the end of the crosstalk, at an appropriate time. Enjoy the interview with Coach Tanner. I'll be listening.
Well, we thank you.
All right. See you guys.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Well, I see Coach down there, but he doesn't have anything turned on.
That's okay. We'll hit a break. We'll get him in early here in just a second. Might start him a little early today. That's fine. He's got to be done by about 11:30. So.
Oh, okay.
That's what he says. Christy said, "Will you help him get off at 11:30?" Which means, Coach, you gotta get. All right, we'll step aside. It is time for In Spirit tonight, 7:00 on the SEC Network. Coach Tanner will relive a tremendous time in Carolina athletics history when we return. Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
All right, who's going to walk it off?
The first College World Series game at what was then Omaha Municipal Stadium was June 15, 1950. Will June 29, 2010 be the final one on the Hill?
Baylor's not going to let us lose today. And that was said a lot in the dugouts or in the outfield, playing catch or stretching before a game. Got that a lot.
You get in dire situations that you're not going to be able to get out of it, and somehow we would escape. And I would hear Baylor's name come up in the dugout. It was eerie. It was eerie.
Bottom 11. 3-2 count. Coach Tanner looks at me and goes, which meant bunt for a hit.
He gave me the double take on the signal that you're going to, hold on, you're giving me a bunt sign with a full count?
Wingo squares and draws a walk.
Probably the best call ever right there, because I probably would have swung at that changeup.
When Wingo got to third and Merrifield was up, I looked at the guy to the right of me and said, that was Baylor's favorite player. It's over. Now we're about to win this thing.
2 balls, no strikes to Merrifield.
It's tonight at 7 o'clock on the SEC Network. In Spirit will debut to the public for the first time, and Coach Tanner was the leader of all of that for a long, long time. And he has been kind enough to join us today to talk about it. We have been helping promote this as much as we possibly can around here. And Coach, I know, Jake Williams started this project years ago, and now here we are. It's all come to fruition. I know you've seen it. We've had a chance to take a sneak peek at it. This is something that I think is going to make a lot of Gamecock fans cry and laugh and pretty much everything in between when it comes out tonight. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Good to visit with you guys today.
Man, we love seeing you. We love seeing you. I know you're busy, and you always say yes, and we're very thankful for that. When you got a chance to get a sneak, I'm going to try to hurry through as much as I can, but be slow because I know you got to go to lunch here in a little bit. I don't want to be blamed for you being late for lunch. But when you got a chance to watch this thing a couple of weekends ago, what was going through you, reliving it and seeing it in that fashion?
Yeah, it was difficult. I saw some clips, some snippets along the way as it was being built. So I saw a little bit here and there, and it was great, but it wasn't moving like it was at the end. I never watched the full show until last week when we had our premiere. Yeah. I saw the rough cut, and that was it for me because I didn't have a box of Kleenex with me. So that's like, okay, I gotta wait. I gotta wait till I see the final product. And it like you said, it makes you cry, it makes you laugh. It's a great story. I didn't know exactly how it would all turn out. You go back 15 years ago, and I remember, soon thereafter I became the athletics director, and they had told me at the SEC office that eventually this would be part of their package as one of those productions on SEC Storied. And I didn't think much about it because, those things take 4 or 5 years to come to fruition because there's so much in the can coming forward. And didn't happen right away until Jake Williams got involved, and he decided that he would make it happen, and he would produce, and he would talk to people. He would talk to ESPN and Mark Kinderman, who's in Orange Line Productions, who put it all together. So it was fast and furious. I think they did over 150 interviews. So you're talking about 52 minutes of content, maybe 8 minutes of commercials. So it's a heck of a show, but it's special to me because there's a lot of sports stories that are done, and they're about sports. That's what it is. It's about the win, the loss, maybe the trials and tribulations throughout that. But this in spirit is real life, and it's sort of a reflection of who we were as a program at the time, not just between the lines, but outside the lines in the locker room. It's kind of real. It's not just about a game. So it's very, very special to me, and I think people will really enjoy the show.
I did too. It obviously centers around two kids who became family to you and Miss Karen and your kids and your players, Charlie Peters and Baylor Teal. Baylor Teal will be watching this tonight from heaven. Charlie, I don't know if Charlie's had a chance in his family to see it yet, but if he hasn't, he'll get his first crack at it this evening as well. So let's go back now that I've watched this thing 5 times, and every time I watch it, it's like the first time. You can't get enough, and let's go back to when y'all made your first run. So you didn't meet Charlie in 2002, right? Did you meet him in 2003?
Correct.
Okay. So why did y'all go to the Children's Hospital? Why was that important to you and your staff?
Well, when you go to Omaha, every team has an opportunity to do some sort of community involvement, to go to a community function, whether it's a picnic or whether you go to the Air Force Base or, you do something in the community with some of the people that are involved in the College World Series. Mm-hmm. And quite honestly, I was always biased about going to the Children's Hospital, and probably Coach Holbrook's influence on me that this is where we need to go. This is the best spot for us to go visit. And that's where we met Charlie in 2003. And he was a very sick young man, but he's also full of energy at the time. It was kind of really eye-opening to see a little guy going through such a tough time in his life, but yet he had this spirit about him that I'm going to get through this. And even in the hospital, I mean, he's swatting balls and playing catch and things like that. And eventually he did get strong. He had some challenges after we left Omaha in 2003, but we continued to stay in touch. But he survived, and he was here. He was here for the premiere. He and his family last week, I guess it was.
Wow.
So they were in town, and of course, Rob and Risha, Baylor's parents, were with us as well. So it was extremely touching time for everybody. But it's a story of two little guys that just became a part of our program, and not just because they're two guys that were fighting diseases, and we sort of embraced them. It was natural, it was authentic, where we had a relationship, and it was almost like the sickness was put on hold, that we had a relationship and we were going to do what we did and they were going to be a part of it. And it wasn't some special invitation or we're going to get some publicity, or it was like, y'all with us now, so let's get on, we're riding, let's go. And we did. And certainly it was difficult for us, when we lost Baylor at the College World Series. So that was, but I can remember like it was yesterday. It was it came over me like, okay, we're playing at the pinnacle, and it's great, it's awesome, but it's still just a game, and we're gonna do what we do. And in the end of the day, it's not the most important thing in life. And somehow, some way, and we always talk about, but Baylor made it happen, that we had enough strength and ability to make plays at crucial times. I'm not sure we were the ones making the plays, but that was just incredible period of our program and of the Teals and the Peters family.
In all your years of coaching, I think you probably know this better than everybody out there, that college guys, especially college baseball players, pretty much in this order, it's baseball, social life, school. I know you'd probably like school to maybe be a little bit further, maybe number one, and then baseball, and then social life. But that's generally about the order that it goes in if you're a college athlete, depending on which sport you play. With Charlie and with Baylor, how did you see that change for those teams that got to experience these young men and the time that they spent with them? What type of impact do you feel like your players drew from those guys?
I think it was very much of an impact, and I don't think that they anticipated it or even realized it at the time. But when you go through the competitive world of intercollegiate athletics, regardless of the sport, there is pressure, there is stress, there is anxiety. And I think that having Baylor with us in his journey, and Charlie as well, it was almost like, this is an opportunity that we have a new friend. It's not the guy that's your teammate that plays right field, but this is a new teammate. And
yeah,
it was personal, and it wasn't about their sickness and we're going to embrace them and bring them in. It was about a new relationship, and they had so much fun with it. And so did I. I mean, Charlie and I were talking this weekend, when, we were at the College World Series and he was well and he was bat boying for us. His mom would drop him off at our hotel and he would get dressed with me and we would chat. And I, would chat up about the team and the game like he was the general manager or the owner. I'm like, what we got today, Charlie? I mean, who's going to do what? And it was kind of, it was kind of fun. And it took me in a different place. And then he's in the dugout talking to the players, and they're very much a part of what was going on. just a real experience. That's why I think this program is so special. It's not about a game and who won and who lost. It was more than that.
It's always been about the people at South Carolina, Coach. Between 2004 and going back to Omaha in 2010, y'all didn't go. You got really close. Obviously, 2006 within one game in Athens, 2007 within one game in Chapel Hill. And I know for you that was very frustrating, and your staff, Coach Toman, who we will talk about Coach here in just a minute, and Coach Myers and Monty and those guys, because y'all had been there, right? And you were so close to winning it in 2002. The 2004 team had a chance to get back into the finals, and then they threw Jason Windsor out there again. I mean, hat tip to Windsor, but unfortunately, you had to see him twice. But during that span, during that 2004 to 2010 gap, how strong or how much of a relationship did you maintain with the Peters? How strong was that?
Yeah, I would say that it's pretty strong. I don't know if you know this, but Charlie has 8 siblings, so there's 9 kids in the Peters family.
Wow.
And Jenny and Matt, the parents, they're like the most wonderful people in the world. And like I said, they were here last weekend, and I'm like, I don't know how y'all do this. They just act like it's another day at the park. You got 9. You don't even know where they are most of the time. So it's really interesting, and half of them were here with us over the weekend. So it was just a situation where we stayed in touch. They did visit. They came to visit, and May, one of the girls in the family, she's been accepted here for next year. Whether she ends up at Carolina or not, I don't know. Obviously, I'm a little biased with that one, but we did stay in touch. And Jenny and my wife Karen, they went back and forth certainly over the years, and we stayed in touch. And I was in Omaha with the committee, if you remember, after I became an AD, and she works the College World Series. Jenny does. And so we had a chance to continue visit. So it's kind of been like our Omaha family as well. And it's just been a special time, but it was finally good to get back out there. You mentioned the years where we didn't make it. I mean, we had good teams. And
great teams.
That's one thing I always tried to preach with our team is it's not about what you do at the end of the year. It's about what position you're in to have a possibility. And that's all you can do. I mean, you can have you've been around. We had some really good teams that didn't get to the College World Series. There are some teams that never get to the College World Series. There are some great coaches who never won it. So it's a fine line. And then you get that crazy world of expectations that creep into it. And it was I remember it was hard for me during those years that, he can't get over the hump. He can't win the big one. And I'm like, okay, but I mean, we're putting pretty good teams on the field. It's all you can do is try to stay in position. You can't just flip a switch and it all come to pass. And eventually, we had some good fortune come our way.
We're gonna get to that in just a minute. Coach, this has nothing to do with the documentary, but you and I have never talked about this at all, and so I can't pass it up. In 2006, I think if at any point in time post 2004, so in those 2 seasons post 2004, if anybody believed the Gamecocks are going home to Omaha, it was after game 1 of the series in Athens, Georgia, when 5 straight balls left the yard, and Ian Paxton's almost left the yard for a 6th. If it didn't have some top spin, it would have got out of there. It landed on the warning track, right?
Yeah.
Because Geese hit the first one, and Geese got into it, and it cleared the scoreboard in right field. We've never seen that. And I don't know if we'll ever see it again. But in that inning there, when the balls just kept leaving the yard, were you saying anything to anybody, or were you just watching this like the rest of the world and going, I don't know what's happening here? What were you thinking?
It was a weird time, and I've always kind of said solo home runs won't beat you. Well, we had 5 in a row. That gives you a better chance, and almost the 6. But we still didn't get out of there. So it was one of those. It's just one of those things that, maybe we would have been better off had we not hit that many home runs. They might have used their bullpen a little bit differently in that game. So who knows?
For what it's worth, I still tell Justin dishes went the furthest, not his, but he ain't buying it. So
of course not.
Nah, nobody ever hit it further than him, Coach. All right, in 2010, that's what he says. Nobody hit it further than him. In 2010, all over the years, listening to guys speak, and then obviously having conversations with my buddies, the Wingos of the world and the Ross and the Coopers. Well, I need to find new friends, right, Coach? That's a rough group, man.
Upgrade.
But I remember during that year, some things kind of changed a little bit, and it's been well documented, and everybody's spoken about it publicly, that some of these guys kind of went to you and said, "You got to loosen up a little bit, Coach." What happened there? Who came to you? What'd they say? How'd you take? What was your response to that?
Well, it goes back a number of years. When I got to Carolina, I only knew one way, and that was you work hard, you practice hard, you're intense, you're prepared. There's no foolishness. It's only fun when you win. And it wasn't. I'm not going to say it was bad, but there is an evolution. And Adam Everett, who played for me and still in professional baseball today, ended up playing the big leagues for almost 8 years, I guess it was. He told me when he left, he was a first-round draft pick, and we remain close to this day. He told me when he left here, he said, "Hey, I think you need to let the guys have a little bit more fun. I get it. I get you. I know you. I know who you are. I never had any issues because I could talk to you. But I think we might take another step if guys weren't afraid to fail a little bit." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I wasn't ready to have that conversation, but I did listen. And I said, okay. And then the next year came, and it's like, okay, I maybe wasn't quite as intense. And I never was a yeller and a screamer during game days. But now I would at practice. I was a little bit different at practice because I always had this saying that the mistakes you make at practice will get us beat. Therefore, I will emphasize those. It's not just like, hey, you got to throw it to the right base. I would say it a different way, and so that they would remember that they don't throw to the wrong base. So time passed, and I thought that and Coach Toman, I think he had an influence on me too. That hey, you mean well. The guys know that they don't have an issue with the problem, but you are wired, and you demand perfection, and you don't accept anything less. And you're kind of rough when it's not as good as you want it to be. I never really felt that way inside. Maybe it came across that way, and then later on it was like, okay, you gotta let them be themselves a little bit. You gotta go back to, I was tough on your hair. I was tough on, you had to shave, the socks had to show. I'm a little bit, I was old school to a certain extent, but then things changed and personalities came in, and you adapted, you adjusted. Mm-hmm. And, of all the people, when you get into the Michael Roth era, he might have been the guy that could have a conversation with me. I respected him so much. He was brilliant. You talk about being a student. He was a student first. And he will tell you that baseball is not my life. I play it. But he was highly intelligent, still is. But I kind of paid attention to him a little bit more, and he sort of changed, I thought, the dynamics a little bit with the program. And I took a step back. I can remember him telling me in the dugout, "Hey, we got a lot of craziness going on in here, especially at the other end. So I would advise you not to go to the other end of the dugout." And I said, "Well, what if I want some water?" He said, "Get somebody to bring it to you." So you know what? You do have, I think you are more successful when you're having fun. You take out the stress and anxiety. It's okay to fail. You can't be great unless you fail.
Yeah.
And you can't be great unless you take a chance. I mean, you can't steal second with your foot on first. So I think some of that came into the program where it was okay for guys to chase a pitch over their head. It was okay to try to make a play they didn't make. That's when you have a better chance to be successful. So I evolved eventually.
Do you, when you think about the magic that happened in 2010, and obviously tonight everybody will see that, and it is directly associated with Charlie Peters and Baylor Teal, as we know, and you've already mentioned that there was something else kind of going on here. But from the player's standpoint, I mean, we don't have enough time, even if you stayed for another hour, to go through all of the moments that happened in Omaha. From not just, I mean, everybody remembers 2010, 2011. But, I mean, there were incredible moments in 2012. There were unbelievable moments in 02, 03, 04. I mean, I think about your own Peters home run against Nebraska. I mean, you know, so that was a little bit of a different time. But then you get to the magic of the championship teams, and you're talking about, you know, the big hits from Christian and Jackie and Brady in the Oklahoma game. You're talking about these strange double plays in 2011, you know, the Roth perform, all these things. Aside from the spirit and the magic and the inspiration of Baylor and Charlie, do you feel like when your team got comfortable in their own skin that allowed them to flourish in those moments?
Yes, I do feel that, because again, they were in a position, they weren't afraid to make a play or try to make a play, and they weren't afraid of the big moment. And that gives you a better opportunity. They always thought there was a chance that we could escape. Now, was there divine intervention going on? It did seem like it at times, that because we had so many situations that we were, you know, inches away from losing a game that we didn't lose, more times than one. So it was really spectacular. You know, players have to make plays to win games. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, you can prepare, you can work, you can have a skill set, you can perform at practice, but you know, when it's time, you know, can you do it? And we had so many guys step up in certain situations. You know, I kid Jake all the time, you know, during this process, that he had that assist in 2011 against Florida. I said, you never had an assist in Little League, I guarantee you. You're not. That's your first and only. But it happened. I can remember him charging that ball. We practice those things, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be successful when it's time to execute. And somehow it all worked out. Not to mention, you know, Barry made a play at the plate where he caught it, had to make a tackle. But all those things, it's like guys were in a place emotionally. They were in a place that they weren't afraid to try to go make a play, and they were successful. You're not always successful. I mean, that's just part of sports. But we had an incredible run. Do I think that Baylor, Charlie, somehow had a hand in some of that? I can't say that. I disagree with any of that. There was something that was going on in the inspiration, the effect they had on us, the emotional place that they put us in. I got to believe all those things factored in.
These kids are fighting for their lives. We're just trying to win a baseball game. You know, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of those guys thought. I would imagine, no disrespect at all to Jake, you brought it up. I think Jake would probably agree with this to an extent. When that ball went into left field off the bat of Mike Zunino, it felt like the game was over. And somehow it wasn't over. Between that and the ground ball to Wingo, you know, Barry's supposed to throw the mask, not drop it in front of home plate. And, you know, he drops the sucker. I remember seeing that, and I thought, oh, my God, you throw the mask, and the ball skips right by it. Those things, that's wacky stuff. That doesn't happen.
No.
And it did. It did.
It did. And, you know, I saw Wingo. Wingo was a rare defensive player. Like, a lot of guys will take extra swings in the cage after practice or want some more BP. Wingo was the guy that always wanted to play a little more defense at the end of practice. And he would a lot of times say to me, I need to work on this forehand. I need to work on this backhand. I need to work on this jump throw. I need to work on a play to the plate. And so when he would make a play throughout the year, I would say, well, I've seen him do that a lot. That's not something that he hasn't perfected. But in that particular situation that you mentioned, the throw to the plate and Barry picks it, you can practice all you want to. You can't pick that play maybe once out of 10, maybe. And he left the mask in the way, which he's taught not to leave the mask in the way. And then Jake's play, Cody Dent was the base runner, by the way.
Yeah.
And so I watched that evolve. I can still see it today. And it's just, a beautiful thing that gave us an opportunity to be a national champion.
In the Oklahoma game, when did you learn that the ball that Walker hit into left field happened in the same minute that Baylor Teal passed away?
Yeah, I think it was from Travis Haney that, when I found out about that, and it was, you just scratch your head and you go, okay, well, he's a pretty good hitter, but he had a little help with the swing. So it's just an incredible thing. And it was extremely sad, to lose Baylor. And at the same time, we had a chance to embrace that family that didn't bring him back, but it gave that family an opportunity to see love from a group of young guys that didn't know Baylor years earlier, and to be such a part of our program and still are to this day. As I mentioned, they were at the premiere last week. So very, very special time. And, we certainly miss him. Charlie survived and he's a young man now. He's engaged to be married. We actually went bowling while he was here in town. And obviously I didn't beat him. So, but it's just great memories. And this program has got baseball mixed in there. But it's a real life story.
Whose idea was it to bring the Teals to Omaha after Baylor passed?
Well, I think that, it was maybe Coach Holbrook and I were like, if they want to come, if they feel like they can come, we got to get them out here. They have gone through as difficult time as anybody could possibly go through in life. And if this is an opportunity that they would like to embrace, let's reach out and see if we can make it happen. We know we can make it happen if they say yes. And we were able to execute it. When they arrived, did the team know, and how did they? Yeah, they knew that we were getting them out, and they were excited about it. And, I think that, we were just a little bit of comfort to them, maybe a little bit of a distraction. It was a long battle, but when you have so many people that genuinely cared about your son and you, to be in that moment, to embrace them, I know that meant a lot to them that day, that time, and still does today.
Coach, I know we got to get you out of here. You mentioned the word battle. Today is unless something has changed since, I guess, yesterday morning, is a big day for one of your, probably, I don't even know if Coach Toman would be a friend to you. He's more like a brother, I think. Heck, last time I talked to him, we were joking about how he said you didn't want him up in the box with you one time because you got tired of him telling you how to coach baseball and all these other. He said Coach got tired of me telling him what to do. That's what it was. I said, well, that sounds about right. But Coach Toman is also fighting for his life right now with the brain tumor. I think over $30,000 has been raised via the GoFundMe account that Foxfire created. And we're going to continue to push that out there, and we hope that Carolina fans will help Coach and his family fight through this. I want to give you a minute to say a word about his spirit and how he'll handle this battle in the weeks and months ahead. Well, it's today's a challenging day for him for sure, and I guess it was less than 2 weeks ago that he and I were talking. It was on a Sunday,
and he was getting ready to take a trip. He was getting ready to go south because Tucker was down in Florida and playing, and he was getting ready to go. Didn't feel great. Long story short, he ended up in the place that he's in today. And, you know, we're very hopeful and prayerful that he'll get through this and be in a better place. His daughter and I, Caroline, were texting last night to give me updates on, you know, how I was feeling and what he was doing. So I hope everybody will think about him today and pray for him as he goes through a very difficult surgery, and just pray that there's some miracle workers in his corner.
Well said, Coach. And, you know, if there's anything on our end that we can do, you know, just call. We'll figure it out. Whatever we can do to bring everybody into orbit and get this, help him get through it. We're going to do it, man. He's one of the great architects of your program as your right-hand man for a long time.
He is. You know, I made, you know, if you talk to people, they'll tell you how many bad decisions I made in life. But one great decision I made is when I became a head coach, I wanted him on my staff. He was down at Florida International working in compliance and coaching baseball. And I called him and I said, I need you on my staff. He said, why? I said, because you're good. He said, how do you know if I'm going to be any good or not? I said, because I coached you when I was an assistant coach. He was still playing. Mm-hmm. And I said, I know you'll be good. Well, he was really, really good. I'll say this, he might have been the best evaluator of anybody I've ever been around. People talk about recruiting. Recruiting is recruiting, but evaluating is a piece of that, more crucial than if you can entice a young man or young woman to come into your program, is that you evaluate properly. He's the best I've ever been around. And he was my little brother that never listened to anything I had to say. He won every single argument we ever had. I mean, and it's like, I knew I was going to lose, but I was going to stay the course. But I knew he was smarter than me. I mean, the guy never made a B in grad school. So, I mean, he was student of the year when he was a senior at NC State, not athletics, student of the year. So people that didn't know him like I knew him, he's incredible. And, you know, and I love the guy to death. I think we were together for maybe 17 years. Mm-hmm. And eventually he had to become a head coach. I got it. But I knew that it was a loss for me that day. But, you know, hopefully he can be strong through this surgery and come out good on the other side. And we'll get back to some good Jim Toman stories as we go forward.
Don't yell at me. I know we're a couple minutes over. Is there one kid that you can say? Is there one kid you said, I don't want him, and Toman said, no, we're taking him, and then it turned out to be a pretty big deal?
Well, there's more than one, but I could tell you some stories. But even Marcus Macbeth, who was up the road, ended up being a fourth rounder for us. He said, hey, you got to go. I just saw this young man play. You got to go see him. And I did go see him, and he didn't do anything. He was 0 for 4. He was real tiny. He was skinny. He had a really good arm, but he was green as a baseball player. And I said, Coach Toman, he's not quite ready to help us. He said, yes, but he will be. We'll put weight on him. You'll teach him to hit a little bit. He'll be a great outfielder, blah, 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 blah. You know, and I go, I don't know. I had Coach Myers, and he was in my corner, you know, probably shutting. He's not going to be ready for us. It's just going to take too long in development. And he said, no, we're going to take him. Well, that was like, he was the boss. We were just working. He said, we're going to take him, and we took him. Wingo wasn't a far story behind either, that we're going to take Wingo. And I said, well, he may end up at Clemson. He does have some ties. We'll get him. And, of course, the rest is history.
Good thing you got Scotty. And good thing Mr. Billy was cool with it. I know he was. When Clemson didn't want him, he said, hell yeah, go to South Carolina. We'll show him. Well, that worked out all right, didn't it?
He was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Coach, I know you got to run, man. Anytime we ask you to do something, I don't really know why you always say yes. Maybe you don't have anything better to do. I don't know. But we can't thank you enough. Honestly, it means a lot, and it means a lot more importantly to all the fans. Tonight at 7 o'clock, they're going to get a chance to see something they've never seen in their lives. It's one of the best documentaries that's ever been done by ESPN and the SEC Network and all the folks that were included in this. But most importantly, Jake Williams, who got this thing rolling about 8 or 9 years ago, one of the stars of Omaha on the national championship teams. and he has just been a saint when it comes to getting these stories out there. Congratulations, Coach. I know I'll be in Columbia this weekend for the regional, so maybe I'll get a chance to run into you over there watching Ashley and her girls hopefully advance. I know you're proud of her in that program.
I'll be over there too, so maybe I'll get to see you.
Yeah, I'll text you, and I'd love to come say hello. I'm gonna bring my little girls up and let them watch the regional. Yeah, man, they're excited. Ashley's been sweet to them, so thank you. All the best to you and Miss Karen and Gracie and Maggie and Luke and your family. Thanks for all that you do.
Thanks, Jamie. You got a great show. Appreciate you.
Thanks, bud. We'll see you soon. There you go. Coach Tanner, we kept him a little past time. I hope Christy doesn't get upset with us, but he'll still make lunch. We'll hit a quick timeout, and when we return, we'll get Phil back in. JC will jump in, and then we'll turn you over to the show here on Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
Brooke said, "How old is he?" I said, "He's 5 years old." He said, "You know, my son Reese had cancer."
Reese was diagnosed with cancer September 7th, 2004. He was 2 years old. I was coaching at the University of North Carolina. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. And that battle went on for 3.5 years of treatment. And then you deem yourself cured, 5 years off treatment. So it was a 9-year battle. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute, Graham. A signed ball by our team is very insufficient. We can do a whole lot more than that.
It'll be out tonight, 7 o'clock on the SEC Network. Welcome back. Powered by our friends at Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. Enjoy the outdoors this spring, or it's summer, basically. Summer. Memorial Day weekends next weekend. It's summer. Enjoy the outdoors, electricbikescharleston.com. Gamecock owned and operated. And they are the sweetest things on the roadways, and they got warranties, and they got service, and they got all the things that you actually want when you got to pay a bunch of money for something that you really like, and they got the best prices too. electricbikescharleston.com. Man, that was fun. Always enjoy having Coach Tanner, one of the best baseball minds out there. The one thing that I've always taken from Coach Tanner is he quickly will shed credit. You know, if someone else deserves credit, he gives it to them. It's never, if he has to say the word I or me, it's because he has to. You don't hear a lot of I's and me's when you talk to Coach Tanner about about literally anything. He always finds a way to make it about somebody else. So I really appreciate him spending time with us today. That was about as good as it gets right there from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, and that just, it's inherent in a lot of great leaders to that quality, right? I mean, the realization and that it's not just you, right? Like, yeah, sure, he's the head coach of this, baseball team that made this incredible run, but you have to acknowledge the people that help you get to where you are. And all great leaders do that. And it's one thing that I've also noticed about coaches that, he's always first to remind everybody, hey, listen, I couldn't have done it without whoever.
Always.
Yeah, always.
He always does it. I mean, he's a first of all, great dude. And tonight, and especially in the midst of, what's happening this year with Carolina baseball. I mean, let's call it what it is. This has been somewhat of a nightmare. And, but, like today, like I had some twerp on Twitter or something, basically, say something stupid a little while ago that I just ignore it. But like, man, if you can't get out of your own way for a second when it pertains to, I know everybody wants to win. Nobody wants to see this. Like, nobody wants to see this, and it doesn't hurt anybody worse than it hurts him.
I mean,
but
really,
if you can't get out of your own way for a second and celebrate tonight the lives of two kids that were more than inspirational and creating the best run in school history in any sport. I mean, I know women's basketball has now won, 3 national championships, and maybe there's a football one out there to be had one day. Maybe, who knows? But there's nothing that's ever been done like this in the history of this university. Nothing. This stretch from 2000 until, 2013, where they went to the College World Series 6 times, and you're talking about supers in 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2006, 2007, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's crazy. And then you got a couple national championships, and they played for 4 in that time span. And, for about a decade of that, it overlapped with 2 kids who were fighting for their lives. I mean, think about that for 2 seconds. And when people watch this, and that was one of the only things I thought about when I first watched it, was because we screen our kids for cancer for every 3 months for something that they were diagnosed with not long after they were born. I couldn't imagine being Baylor Teal's parents or Charlie Peter's parents. And a lot of people who go through these things, there's, as Coach Holbrook said here a couple of weeks ago, there's nothing worse in the world than childhood cancer. Nothing. Yeah. And this is a story of the success that happened on the diamond blended in with the inspiration of what happened off it. And these kids, they found themselves, they fell in love with Carolina baseball, and Carolina baseball fell in love with them. Coach Tanner's talked about, he saw a change in the player. Hell, I knew most of all these guys anyways. I remember when this happened. I remember when Jay told me about this Baylor Teal kid. I didn't know nobody knew who he was. And Graham and those guys. And at the end of the day, like, those kids were going to be excited if the Gamecocks won. But at the same time, like, they had to go do something to continue to live. And their parents had to. Quite frankly, I find it sick that there's people that don't give a shit about it right now just because this baseball team sucks currently. Yeah. And they hate Coach Tanner, and they hate this, and they hate that, whatever. See ya. Go pull for Coastal or something like that. Because when they rise from the ashes and they get back, we don't want to see you around. You don't need to be anywhere around this program. Don't buy a ticket, nothing. Buy. They don't need you. And, and so I hope that tonight people, once they see this, will understand that, this is a phase. This is that they're going through right now. This is not indicative of what Gamecock baseball is all about.
No, I mean, it's, this year sucks. It is what it is. But, in the grand scheme of things, especially when you put it up against the mirror of what it is that we're all going to watch tonight, and to offer that perspective and how much bigger what's going on outside of these fields is actually impacting people's lives. You're going to be okay. Everybody's going to be okay. We're going to get through this terrible season. Yes, it's been bad. It's just, been inexplicable at times. And it has been, 15 years where you were at the peak, of this one sport. But I mean, Coach Tanner said it. I mean, at the end of the day, you're just playing a game. We're playing a game. We all love the university. It sucks to see when teams aren't doing as well as they should or could or whatever, but I mean, you're a lot better off because you're getting to bitch about it on Twitter than you are if you were out there struggling for your damn life as, a 5-year-old having to deal with what has got to be one of the most unfair situations in all of life. Right. I mean, it's just, and it's all about perspective, man. It really is. You gotta remember the human element and all of those things that surround what it is that we do every day. It's not just about, getting on here and talking about sports and the rest of it. There's a lot bigger things out there.
Well, that was, again, thanks to Coach for popping in today for about a half hour. I'm glad Christy mentioned the luncheon. Because it was worded, can you help me get Coach off at 11:30?
Dude, I was so worried because normally, like, he'll pop in, people will pop in, and I'll get to see him, right? And even if they turn their cameras off, I know it's just okay. Their cameras off, that's cool. Like Stu does it all the time because he'll be doing whatever in the background. Yeah. But this one was like nothing was connected. Like the camera wasn't connected. The mic wasn't. I'm like, oh my goodness, please somebody. So I hope he's got an intern in there with him to turn these damn things on.
Well, it's not. It's Christy. Christy Davis deserves
the
highest medal that could be awarded here at the University of South Carolina or in the state of South Carolina. She's like the secret sauce, has been for decades in Columbia. If it needs to get done and it hasn't been done, or if it's coming up, go to Christy. Number one, if it can get done, she'll make sure it will, and in a timely manner. And number two, she'll shoot you straight. Now, I don't know who told you that, but that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? And all right, well, so that's why I gave up with texting Coach Tanner anytime I need him. I'm like, I'll just holler at Christy.
That's right.
But beyond that, I mean, just it's not like she's always. She's special. She's special. So for anybody that knows Christy Davis, give her a hug when you see her because she's been instrumental at the University of South Carolina. Do we have one more? We have to take one more break, don't we?
Oh yeah, we could do. Yeah,
okay, let's do one more.
Let's do one more.
Got one more quick one, and then we'll begin to wind some things down here and get you ready to go for the show coming up here at noon. We'll be right back.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
Hats off to Ray Tanner and his kids. They have rewritten the record books here at the College World Series.
These guys believe they can win. They play hard every day. We know that we don't have awesome talent, but we show up and play, and some good things have happened for us.
Back-to-back national champions. It's a huge feat for this team. How were you guys able to do it?
We've met some people that have battled, like Charlie here, our bat boy. You know, he battled in Baylor Teal last year. I guess that's where we get that from.
When we talk about Baylor and Charlie as part of our World Series appearances, those two guys had a tremendous impact on what we did.
We had some tough kids who really grinded it out on the field, but Baylor and Charlie were warriors. They went through real life experiences, something that most of us have seen family members go through, but have not experienced it ourselves.
Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock on the SEC Network. Welcome back. A reminder, if any of you enjoy the Hall of Fame stuff, Monday is the 63rd Annual South Carolina Athletic Hall of Fame ceremony and banquet. There are 10 members being inducted this year, and there are a couple that are from the University of South Carolina. Shannon Johnson, who played basketball back in the mid-90s, school record 24.7 points per game in 95 and 96. She was an All-American. She has made it in. She also played in the WNBA, was a 5-time All-Star for anybody that remembers back in the early 2000s. And I don't think I got to go. Of course, this was in the early 2000s too, but I'll bet you a lot of people remember, maybe just a week ago, Landon Powell will also be enshrined into the 2025 South Carolina Athletics Hall of Fame. This is the state of South Carolina, not the University of South Carolina. But he won't be able to make it because they are hopefully going to be practicing and continuing to win. They've got the regionals this weekend. It starts tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So we'll make sure that we have some of that on the program tomorrow as they get ready to roll in the D2 regionals. That's being played at where are they playing that? Catawba? I think they're at Catawba. Why am I forgetting this?
I don't know.
Young Harris is in it. Catawba, Lander, and North Greenville. Yeah, they're at Catawba. So congratulations to them. The other members are Nelson Brownlee from Orangeburg and representing Claflin University, former coach Clint Dempsey. Everybody knows Clint, played soccer up at Furman. Gary Gilmore, former head baseball coach at Coastal Carolina. Susan Hill Whitson, who played tennis up at Clemson. Sorry. Ralph Lundy, former coach at the College of Charleston. Harold Olson, who was a football player for the Tigers back in the 50s. Don Whitehead, former letter winner at Erskine and a basketball player as well. And Richard Seymour, the Columbia native, will also be enshrined. Of course, he played his football for the Dogs of Georgia. That's all coming up on Monday. If you want to check that out, SCAHOF, South Carolina Athletics Hall of Fame. I am excited to get Ashley on tomorrow as well. Yeah, this is really just such a unique situation for her and for South Carolina softball. Again, there won't be any seats available. If you've never been and you're going, that is fantastic. I know that people have been asking about tailgating and this, that, and the other. There's generally not a lot of tailgating that happens outside of the softball stadium, but there are people who are planning on doing some things. So get there early, and if you've got the weekend booklet or if you've got the day passes or whatever it is, go enjoy it. If you've never been to a regional before, this is my first softball regional, which they haven't really had many. I've been to every baseball regional for 20-something years, or super regional. And they're just incredible events. They're really unique in how they're all set up with all the teams in town. You get a bunch of fans and stuff like that. I mean, it's cool. So this could be a big time turning point for this program, Phil. If they've got a real path to Oklahoma City, a real path. They don't have to go back through the SEC. That's no disrespect to UCLA, who we're going to preview with Brad Muller on Friday and the other programs in this regional. But they've got a real path. And for the first time in the modern era, the chance at going to Oklahoma City comes through Columbia, South Carolina, in college softball. So we'll have her in tomorrow. Raphael will give us a bunch of odds on that as well. And we're certainly we'll certainly have a big time with all that. And then Brad and Stu coming up on Friday to round out our work week. So
yeah. I like that. I really like the draw. I think
it's a great draw.
That was a fortunate draw, right?
Yeah, Virginia coming back. And I don't know what you learned from that. I mean, they played them twice. They beat them both times. They had to come back and win both games by one run. One was in extras.
Just need to handle your business, just win on Friday against Elon, and then, we'll go from there.
Yeah, you go from there. It'll either be Virginia or North Florida. Reminder as well, on Saturday, the winners bracket game is the first one at 1:00.
Mm-hmm.
So while they'll play at 5:30 on Friday, if they win that game, they turn around and play at 1:00 Saturday. Usually the winners bracket games come after. Game 2 generally is when that's set up. That is not the case this go around. We do not have television for that just yet. We'll find out on Friday evening, depending on the results of the first 2 ball games. But we do know that the 5:30 game with the Phoenix and the Gamecocks will be on ESPN Plus. Make sure you've got a subscription to ESPN Plus. It is not part of your regular TV package. Hello, Mr. Sherbert.
We're back.
We're back.
Are all of these on Plus until the Supers?
No. The championship game on Sunday is on ESPN 2.
Yeah, I see that on
no matter who's in it, it's scheduled for ESPN 2.
Yeah. Okay.
So, unless, I guess they could go in and change it, or weather, but I think this is supposed to be a pretty decent weekend for weather. Pretty sure.
I hope so. We need it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be warm. This is like that first warm weekend. I know that. Let's see, 90 down here. If it's 90 here, holy moly, Columbia. Oh, no, it's actually going to be a little bit cooler in Columbia. How about that? 91 on Friday, 86 on Saturday, 88 on Sunday, and the highest percentage of rain this weekend is 11%.
Oh, nice.
And they're expected overcast with some clouds. Keep the sun off a little bit.
That'll be good.
It's beautiful here today.
It's beautiful here too. There's this, they call it the sun. It came out yesterday, little yellow ball, and we got our first glimpse of that in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Long time.
Yeah, I know. I hate when it goes missing like that, especially this time of year.
Yeah,
like what'd you do with my star?
Next time I get Coach Tanner on, I'm gonna text him and say, "Hey, I'm requesting that you put a hat on this time." Because I don't think he's worn a hat since 2012.
Haven't seen him with a hat since 2012.
I'm serious.
Maybe he never really was a hat guy. He was just a
baseball guy.
Yeah.
I need to find out if Ryan sent him one of these. That's why I'm wearing this today for tonight's debut. Although I've seen it, but I'm gonna act like I haven't. The national championship hat.
Like it. 2-star.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about that, JC?
What, the hat?
No, I don't know. What do you think about life, man? Sun?
I'm excited. Not excited. I just feel better because spring sucks around here. It's not like spring at home.
No.
It sucks. It's like it never gets warm until like May. and it's even going to be 40 tonight. I mean, keep that in mind. Down in South Carolina, when it used to be 40, people are putting on like North Face puffy jackets and going to the mall.
40. Get to 60 and they'll do that.
I mean, and then but up here every year, every summer, it's my 6th summer here, I think. Just will not, it's warm, doesn't feel like summer till like right at Memorial Day. And then right at Labor Day, it starts to get a little cooler again. Now fall is awesome. Because fall, it feels like football weather all football season, and down there it's 90 until Thanksgiving.
Right.
So there is a trade-off in life. It's trade-off in everything. But like last September, the day of the Kentucky game was literally the most gorgeous day ever. And I have a little viewing area set up outside with like a gazebo kind of deal. I have my TVs going. I was texting with you guys with Strickland and Bradford and all about Oklahoma State, Arkansas. And that was when the ESPN wasn't on at the bar because they're having the whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And so I couldn't go to my, stomping grounds to watch it. And so I stayed at home and watched it. And that was literally I sat out there till like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. It was that awesome.
Yeah.
And in South Carolina, I would have sweated. I'd have been a puddle after staying out there that long. So there's a trade-off, but spring is exceptionally cruel because all my friends back home there, February, they're breaking out the shorts because there's those 7-8 days in February that are great. But watching baseball is just another crazy thing about this baseball season. Like just following the Gamecocks, it doesn't appear that there was a lot of good weather at all. I mean, there was a lot of early series that were just freezing cold. So I don't know. I'm not going to blame the weather about this baseball season. Maybe we should.
Oh, that's fine. We can go
blame
down
the
there.
weather.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah. That's what happened. That's what they say.
Blame it on the rain.
Thanks to Coach Tanner for a good half hour. You always got stories. And, plenty of those today. Tonight, 7 o'clock, SEC Network. In spirit. I'm telling you, just wait till you see the reaction after this thing. It'll take you to your knees. It's something. It is something.
It's a special deal.
Why? All right, somebody, you have Brad Muller on. Ask him when you have him on again. He needs to call X or Twitter. Because, like, a lot of stuff he tweets that is about the game, totally innocuous about the Gamecocks, some of us get, like, a warning sensitive content. And it's only on his accounts. And he retweeted this thing and commented. It's a sensitive. I mean, that has to, I mean, I don't know. It's like the 7th time I've noticed this.
It's happening to Brad?
Just poor Brad, yeah.
Poor Brad.
All people.
Yeah.
One of the nicest, upstanding human beings on planet Earth. It's like sensitive content.
Brad's like the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Yeah, bro.
He would never cross the line.
He's
yeah,
salacious.
dude, I'm
on
like,
Twitter.
of all people, I don't know what's going on. I just,
Maybe there's something we don't know about Brad.
I would just a heads up. Because, I mean, I say he retweeted this thing. Read more about former Gamecock John Abraham's journey to walk across the stage for graduation, which congratulations to John Abraham.
That's right.
He retweeted and commented on an official University of South Carolina tweet that talked about Abraham and Davis going and finishing their degree. So I pull it up and I see Brad's little comment, and then it's like sensitive content below. Beware.
I think that might be yours because that's not showing up for mine at all. Maybe you need to go into your search history and clear it out.
If the word Gamecock, well, I guess there is Gamecock, because sometimes that happens, like with the word cock.
Yeah.
Some programmers out there are like, that's a dirty word.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I never put cocks.
Yeah, you got to go Gamecocks. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably, state-controlled internet up in your neck of the woods there, comrade.
Pritzker. No, 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 no.
Oh,
Queen had to change his name. YouTube's the worst of them all.
It
I think
is.
the thing with YouTube is they have billions of users and they just ain't got time. Like, I have thousands of members on Big Spur, and I would probably go hide in a cave if I had to deal with customer service. Well, like things like usernames and passwords. 24/7 handles that for us. When we had a fraction of the members we have now, I did it out of the house. That sucks.
Ugh, yeah.
So, but if you're YouTube, I could imagine just like the different scenarios with usernames. So they just leave it to the algorithm and say, deal with Skynet. Good luck.
Deal with Skynet.
Good luck, sir. And ma'am. Sailing the ship, oh YouTube. It's a lonely sea. Arr. Wednesdays are pirate days on my background.
Oh,
so I got I started thinking about pirate radio, and then I got my Pittsburgh Pirates shirt on.
Oh yeah, okay.
From back in the day. Well, yeah, but yeah.
Well, that's who Will Crow once played for, and he just wrapped a bullpen or wrapped a live scrimmage against the College of Charleston. So maybe you'll get back there.
I'm scared. That's a beautiful ballpark in Pittsburgh, by the way. I'm scared to go there now because that guy was just merely jumping up and down and fell 20 feet and broke every bone in his body.
It's just a terrible story. It also should teach people don't get crap-faced drunk and
jump up and down.
Sit on the front row. And
it was freaky how it happened, though, because he didn't just stumble around and take a tumble.
No, he was up, over, down.
And then slip and... Now, I guess it was wet, so I mean, just don't jump up and down when it's wet at all. Nothing good happens when that happens. Anyway, I promised myself I wasn't going to be old man yells at cloud today. These youngsters just jump up and down all the time. I'd get off my lawn.
That's right.
Jeez.
All right, I got to get an avocado. My wife's out of town for 2 days, and so I got to get an avocado and prep dinner for tonight and get back to work.
Nice.
I got work to do.
Man.
So, everybody, take 24 hours to breathe. Carolina came back and won last night. Enjoy tonight. Just enjoy it. Enjoy it. Just enjoy it. Trust me.
Yeah, just forget about
it's possible.
Whatever's currently happening.
Yeah.
I mean,
everybody just stop complaining and yelling at everybody. Just enjoy what you're going to see tonight. I'm telling you. It's great. All right, boys. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's good.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say, but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show, the show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Phil Mad Dog Mullinax here. JC Sherbert over there. We are here to get you through the next couple of hours here, as I'm still struggling to function.
You got to get right for tomorrow, brother.
I know. I've been sick for 2 straight weeks, and
thank you, Google Calendars, for sending me that reminder.
That's right,
because I would have forgotten.
It's okay. Facebook would have caught you when you're posting stuff. In the morning.
I got a good habit, man. Up until like around March, I would check it every day just in case. And then I just got slammed with this or that. And Facebook is just such a freaking as much of a nightmare as X is, Twitter. With some people's responses, you can get information on there if you scroll appropriately and just don't read the responses, which I think is good, because there's a lot of stupid people on Twitter, and frankly, they shouldn't be able to respond.
Right.
I mean, I there's just some asinine stuff I read on there, not just about the Gamecocks, but everything else in life too. I mean, ESPN's announcing a new streaming app. Okay, it's somebody in their PR department that makes $40,000 a year that worked all damn day on a graphic and ran it through 27 different bosses.
Right.
To get it right. And it's just basically ESPN. The logo hasn't changed in years, and it's not going to. But you got 27 different people, and you got to run it through Disney, and Mickey Mouse has to put, his flatulent stamp on it or whatever. The flatulent stamp means it's approved in today's Disney company. And this person makes 40 grand a year and finally gets to the point they can tweet it out, and the first response is F you and F your mom. Seriously, that was the first response about the streaming app, and then a list of complaints about and I'm like, wow, this has been news that this was coming for a year and a half. Most people are cord cutters. Why? People just complain to complain. I mean, on Twitter. But Facebook is like taking this turn for the weird. I don't think they quite know what to feed you. The algorithm's all messed up.
Oh,
so there's a whole army of AI bots that are just writing sports articles about everything. They had one where somebody died and they didn't. It's like Jose Canseco or somebody. I was like, oh my God. I mean, there was one that popped up about the Gamecocks, it was about, like it said that Lenora Sellers was leaving or something. And sure enough, 8 Gamecock fans on Facebook. Well, let him go. I can't believe it. I'm like,
Yeah, right.
Stop.
Come on, y'all.
So I had to stop getting on Facebook. Plus, when you get on it from your laptop, I mean, the app is really good for uploading content to our channels and stuff. I don't like to sit there and stare at my phone all day, but the laptop version sucks. It's like it's gummy. It won't respond. It's awful. So, long story short, that's why I would have not known if it was your birthday, if for some reason, and I don't even like the fact Google Calendar. I'm an Apple user. I don't know why Google Calendar keeps popping up on my Mac. It bothers me with all these birthdays, but I saw yours today. So I was like, thank God for that. That's right. Little blessings. Speaking of little blessings, the Nana Sports chat box is open on Wednesdays. That's somebody, I guess.
I just closed it because I was done. We're done here and all that.
I didn't realize. Well, I'm going to address some of it.
Oh yeah, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Mm-hmm.
Actually, Phil, open it back up.
Open it.
I don't want to address some of these from people that we can handle it. We'll just we'll get off topic. It's a different kind of show. People are talking about the baseball team. Lance says, first of all, we were telling stories about falling. Lance says he fell off the turnstile at Williams-Brice after beating Tennessee in 2022. At the bottom, the lattes saved me. Lattes. Lynn said,
watching out for the fallen babies off of the back of Williams.
So there's some debate about look, this is not a fair debate. It doesn't matter. This debate really doesn't matter, but I do want to address some of it because there's some facts out there. I'm not trying to sway anybody one way or the other, but you need to probably have the facts in order. Lynn says, I wasn't thrilled about the Benary hire either, but I'm glad it's not Monty Lee. If you feel that way, in my opinion, this is not a fact, is you're just butthurt because he got fired at Clemson and you think it's unacceptable to hire a baseball coach that's been fired at Clemson. And fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I understand that point of view. I think it's, short-sighted, but after Will Muschamp didn't work out in football, hiring somebody that's been fired someplace else, Phil, that's a peer school. I understand people at this university and the fans would rather not do that, especially that's a high risk deal.
Yeah.
Because if he fails, at South Carolina, then you took Clemson's leftovers and it's just kind of a mess. Although technically, I don't know that with Monty Lee's background that would be it, but I understand that. I understand that. Ben responds, we'd be in a better spot right now with Monty in charge than with Paul Maneri. I agree. I don't think there's any planet where he's 5-22 in the SEC right now. It's probably a bit better, a good bit.
Seems hard, right?
Yeah. I don't, that to me is a valid point. And like I've said before, a lot of people think it's one of two things, talent or coaching. Coaching would be the situation at Texas A&M. There's no reason that team with all those sluggers and pitchers and all that should be like, oh, I don't know if we're going to make the tournament. Or even, I don't know that Sully's done a great job at Florida. They kind of got in the hole and they're getting out of it like they normally do. But that was supposed to be his best team. And maybe there's been some injuries. But A&M was preseason number one. And now, I don't know if we'll get the regional or not. They have to go on the road. Didn't watch them win the whole thing. But that's something where, you lost a good coach to your rival. You replaced him with everybody's buddy. And everybody's buddy kind of isn't all that good. Or he doesn't have the respect of the players. This situation is both. But I don't know that. I think it's like 70% on the coaches, to be honest. And I'll tell you why. Well, Lance wants Landon Powell.
Yeah.
So Brian chimes in, everywhere Monty has gone, it has not worked. That's not true. He was really good at College of Charleston. He won the ACC at Clemson. Brian's cousin played ball at Clemson for Monty. He didn't have many good things to say about him, nor did his buddies. Yeah, Brian, but I think I'll take the word of like the multiple Clemson transfers that have followed him to South Carolina, all of his players at College of Charleston, a bunch at Clemson as well, and the players at South Carolina that have played for him. I mean, there's nobody. You're the first person I've ever heard that's had anything negative to say about Monty. And that's your cousin, and I'm not going to disrespect your family. I'm fine. That's his opinion. He's entitled to it. Not everybody's going to be happy. But that's just not a consensus out there with people that have played for him, know him, coach with him. I mean, he's liked. Okay, that's the bottom line.
Well, and up around
some of the
I was going to say around these up in this neck of the woods, you have to operate that job under the shadow of one of the former coaches too, and that looms large over anybody who operates.
Who people don't have a lot of good things.
That's right. Yeah, who is not in charge for a reason.
Right. So, but it's fine if that's the way your cousin felt about it. Obviously, not everybody's gonna. I respect the opinion. That's just not at all what the word you get from baseball folks on Coach Lee. Lynn says, "Nope, we can't hit. Isn't that what he is coaching?" That's a football mindset. Now, I'm going to say this about baseball coaching: the pitching coach, yeah, that's very similar to the offensive coordinator. He's calling pitches, he's making changes, all that. Monty Lee does not fill out a lineup card at the University of South Carolina. He gets it, he doesn't know, he doesn't decide who's playing. This whole notion of hating walks definitely did not come from him, because he's a hitting coach last year and people thought they took too many pitches. You can't look at it like that. And this team actually hits okay. He's not out there saying don't swing away. He's not out there hating walks. He's not out there criticizing guys that walk. He's not filling out the lineup card. So I don't know how, whatever shortcomings the hitters have this year, you can throw that on him. Yeah, I just don't see it. Brian says, bring in Skylar Meade, Landon Powell, and Holbrook. Did you mean Brian?
Because he's assembling a dream team.
Those guys are all not coming together. I think he meant or.
Yeah, it's got to be or.
I don't know that they'll bring Holbrook back. I wouldn't even talk about that right now. But Meade and Powell are good. But I mean, I don't know. Sometimes people get caught up and they're like, could Holbrook come back and be the top assistant? No. Under Skylar Meade. Skylar Meade's probably got his own guys. And I don't think Landon Powell would. Anyway, there we go. Bruin says we need a complete overhaul in coaches. That's a popular opinion.
I mean, yeah. And even with one SEC series left in conference, batting average is up. So that kind of defeats the hitting thing.
And Ben said, I didn't say he's the answer, but he's a better solution than Paul Maneri. The true answer, Skylar Meade or Landon Powell. Possibly, like I said, the coaching there has to be some changes in approach by the coaching. The coaching's got to change for this thing to turn around. I don't care who they get in the portal. Blah, blah, blah. Jay Frew volunteered at Upper Deck Golf at Willie B. That's nice.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Lance says, Landon Powell's my guy. He should get a shot to build a winner here when the Maneri thing plays out. Lance says he just posts funny, nostalgic stuff on Facebook most of the time. I'll add here, if we want to talk about recruiting, Hollins is here because of Monty Lee. Scobie's here because Monty Lee. Nathan Hall. Messina was pretty good. Petrie's developed. He's been the hitting coach for 7 years and 7 total years. And, I mean, there's a lot of facts there that I don't know that the hitting's been bad. But when you're an assistant in baseball, he's not like the D coordinator calling the defense, right?
Right.
And in football, the head coach does determine the starting lineup most of the time, but they meet about it. And there's, most of the time the head coach will defer to the coordinators.
Yeah. Right? Well, here's the thing that drives me insane, JC, is, there's so many people are obsessed with the fact that Monty Lee is on this staff. You want to know what the ugliest number I can see running through these damn stats is?
What?
Your conference ERA is 9.23 as a staff. How many games do you think you're going to win if you're throwing 9.23 ERA? I'll tell you, about 5 out of 27. That's about what that equals, right? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous.
This is funny.
Ridiculous. Your opponents are hitting 319, 600 slugging percentage. That means out of everybody who hits the ball, 60% of them are getting extra bases.
How many hits they have the other day too at Auburn, and just we all knew they were going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you can't give up those numbers and then just be like, well, we can't hit because I don't like Monty Lee because he used to be at Clemson because this, and this. He's the reason that some of these guys are even on this team, the ones that you're going to beg to not jump into the portal in 20 some days.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't, people, he's a scapegoat because he coached for Tanner and like every single person out there when they were talking about him getting the head coaching job, if you gave them a binary choice between Paul Maneri and Monty Lee, they would have taken Paul Maneri. Simple as that. But Big Slamma Jam, I want to welcome him back.
Yeah, I like the open chat box because
clown jailbreak. Yeah, it's not all people that are. I mean, and I'm not disagreeing. There's obviously some disagreement in the chat box, but I'm welcome back. Welcome back. Harrison, listen to this. Harrison saw a post on Facebook a few months ago that said Lenore Sellers had signed a $160 million NIL deal to stay with South Carolina. It's like the Matrix. Remember in the Matrix when they talk, or maybe not as the Matrix, I think, when they were talking like before the machines took over and how the machines were kind of dumb and humans would kick them around and stuff. Well, AI, it's this kind of stuff that for about the next generation we'll be kicking the machines around. On X, I don't know how to pronounce this, Phil. It's in some sort of Asian language.
What is that? Is that Chinese?
Japanese. But he said there was a post about D Knight taking practice off when he literally practiced and replied to it on X. Yeah, that was from an alleged reputable media outlet as well, ML Football. Right. Yeah. I got all mad about that yesterday. Big Slam was just working. Harrison says, look, we would have been better with Monty as a head coach based on the simple fact Rooney would have more likely not been his pitching coach. Yeah, there's no way on earth Rooney would have been here. Yeah, I think he probably would have just kept Matt Williams, honestly, and that matters. That's been a disaster, folks. Bruin says we're losing 10-9 and giving up 20 runs a game.
Right.
Billy says
the numbers in baseball are pretty simple. Now we've expanded the analytics and created some of these like blended numbers, but when it all boils down to it, if you flip over the back of a baseball card, those are the things that matter, right? And those have always been the things that mattered. And those numbers right now are really out of whack. And that's why you're losing baseball games, is because even the most basic numbers, ERA, batting average, slugging, home run, all of that, wrong. It's just, it doesn't matter. It's crazy.
Here's something, Lynn, too. Like Monty's teams at Clemson started strong, then fell off a cliff. What are they doing now? Well, have they gotten to Omaha? Last time I checked, they got eliminated by Charlotte. They got eliminated by Tennessee. They got eliminated by, or not Tennessee, Florida last year. They're 2-8, Phil? They're not even going to host a regional?
Yeah, no.
He won the ACC tournament his first year. That's not falling off a cliff. Clemson's lost in the regional round and super regionals. I mean, the last year was a breakthrough because they got to the supers. Is that a Monty Lee thing or a Clemson thing? I don't know. I think Eric Backage is a great coach. He hadn't done any better.
Yeah, I mean, what has he done so much better than any of the previous ones?
They literally went from a top 5 team to struggling right now. And I mentioned this on the morning show, but we were buy and sell. Clemson They do that. They've done that for years. They'll start off well, and they'll inevitably hit one stretch in the ACC. I don't know if it's the scheduling in that league that's kind of what happens to them, but they hit the downpour, but then they bounce back, and then it's tough in the NCAA tournament again. So, I don't, trying to compare Pickens Tech versus South Carolina baseball is a wild take. Yeah, well, Carolina doesn't have anything to prove in that series as long as they don't meet in the NCAA tournament again. So,
right, and it doesn't look likely that that's going to happen this year. So let's, yeah. Oh, what do you got? It like I said on the morning show, it was like this season sucks. It hurts.
Yeah.
It's been rough, right? But it's our team, and whatever happens after this weekend is whatever happens after this weekend. I am not going to not support the team depending on what decisions were made. Now, I'll have some opinions, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to pull for the Gamecocks.
Here's another crazy thing, too. And I'm just going to point this out. The SEC baseball tournament this year is, I believe, single elimination.
Yeah. All teams, single elimination. Yeah.
Nobody takes it seriously. It's single elimination. I mean, see, so you got to win. You win 1, 2, 3, 4. All you got to do is get hot and win 5 in a row.
That's right. You just got to get hot and win 5 in a row.
Seriously, dude.
I know. You just got to go on a tear against SEC competition like you started, the year with, blowing through these non-cons.
Just get some confidence.
They should do some of that color stuff that softball does and put up the colors of like Queens College and Charlotte.
Maybe that would work. Yeah, maybe that'll work. Billy asked how many home runs have Carolina given up this year. Too many in key situations. But, and look,
65.
I can't tell you with my own eyes that the pitch calls have been bad in those situations.
Yeah, I know.
You can ask some people that know. I mean, why would you? This is, anyway. Harrison, this is more Facebook funny in the Nana Sports chat box. We got to calm everybody down, Phil.
That's right.
A light opening session of the show. I was in a bad mood yesterday to start with, and everybody cheered me up. And now that we have a blank Nana Sports chat box or an open Nana Sports chat, it's like open house today.
That's right.
Right. I'll let Phil put in the membership link, $4.99.
That's right.
Harrison saw a screenshot of a Facebook post said Ryan Williams from Alabama turned down a $205 million NIL deal from Texas to stay at Bama. That kind of stuff is inaccurate. And I wish some of the national media would quit adding stool. Like, and this is no offense to Brad, but when Crawford put an article out saying, it almost painted the picture like these guys, like Lenora Sellers, had this big decision to make. Should I stay or should I go? Like he's LeBron James.
Yeah. Oh God.
Like it's like a LeBron James kind of thing. And you could twist it and say technically, but there was never any like back and forth. And like in regular recruiting, when a guy is truly torn, there's moments where he's decided to go to the other school. Or, you end up getting him or whatever. Nick Harbor, it was that way the morning of the daggum deal. And so, I wish people would, but that the $205 million, like nobody's that rich, and people that are that rich don't love, like Elon Musk does not love college football.
Right, and is not going to blow $200 million
on one player
on an NIL deal.
Oh, by the way, that kid from Missouri, the Jackson Cantwell or whatever, everybody's talking about how freaking shocking that is. I'll give you guys a little non-Gamecock scoop. It's not shocking. Georgia was not going to pay that much money for a true freshman offensive tackle. And that kid's really good. Some of the best tackle film I've seen. And he may be a first-round draft pick and an All-American at Miami. But Kirby Smart's not going to worry with it because Kirby Smart's smart. He's not an idiot. Especially with rev share coming. You want $2 million and this a year?
A year, right.
For an offensive tackle?
A multi-year contract.
My man better be playing like both ways. Line him up at end. For us, the passer and tight end. No. And this kid, you knew it was about money with this kid because Missouri's got money, right? But Missouri decided after they paid one high school guy and he took off for Nebraska, they weren't going to waste that much money. He's from Missouri. And you started to see it. I don't know how Georgia stayed in it. I think Georgia's probably where he wanted to go. But they're intelligent. They know football. They're not paying that guy that much.
No.
Miami, really good team last year. Best quarterback allegedly in the country. Lost to Georgia Tech with a one-armed quarterback. Haynes King could not throw the ball in that game. He ran all over him. And then with the season on the line, Syracuse.
Mm-hmm.
They choked on the Big Orange.
That's great.
So $205 million. It's funny. Kreger says we need 76 Gamecock back. Guys, I wonder how he's doing, man.
I hope 76 is all right. I know. I'm sure.
Kreger also says I'd rather have Andy Rooney for pitching.
Right. I saw that too.
Harrison points out it took Clemson 15 years to get out of a regional. It's not like Lee was a head coach for all those years. Lance says, I'll say for the peeps back, the only man that can save the baseball team was number 16 and plays football. The Norris Sellers. Lynn says, I cannot believe
unshakable faith.
I can't believe how sad the pitching's been. And it should be better. These guys are not awful pitchers.
Yeah.
But I think they're scared to make a mistake. I think the pitching coach matters. It's been atrocious. And what amazes me, Lynn, is I look back through the years and I'm like, sometimes, when you have high standards for a program, that comes back to bite you. The baseball gods bite you a little bit, or whatever sport, because you're sitting there and every pitching coach that's been through here, and really Jerry Myers was here for a long, long time. And he was one of the best, obviously. But, Mark Calvey, there's still funny posts like Fire Calvey. Won the national championship, and he's a successful coach. Skylar Meade took a little bit of crap, and he's at Troy doing very well. Justin Parker left for Mississippi State, and he was interim head coach, and he took a little crap, but, there was a lot of – and then – Matt Williams last year was really, really probably pretty good, I would think.
Yeah.
That team didn't pitch as well as the but it was pretty good. There were times where he had to kind of mix and match. But I remember watching him come in and out of the dugout, he took some crap. So all these guys are really good pitching coaches that have taken some crap. And so I think the baseball gods served it up real, real, real cold to all of us.
Yeah,
Terry Rooney
in our place.
Oh, you don't like Matt Williams? Can I interest you in a delicious Terry Rooney?
It's a slice of Terry Rooney.
It's like tofurkey spam and a side of fish balls. Not the body part of fish. That would be, I think, some kind of caviar, and dried seaweed with a little chocolate sprinkle. You can eat it with a spork. I want to have Rooney stuffed Kentucky Fried Chicken. If that's the recipe for that, it's stuff a fried big old piece of extra crispy with that meat thing in it.
That's what I'm going to stuff my Thanksgiving bird with Rooney.
Can I have a side? I'd like an extra side of Rooney, please. Give me 15 hot, 12 lemon pepper, and 6 things of Rooney sauce. You notice nowadays, like the drive-thrus at the places, they sound, I thought we had technology now, but obviously McDonald's and Wendy's, it's still that thing. You remember the movie, the first Top Gun, right, Phil? When you'd hear the and you couldn't really understand it, it was kind of fuzzy. That's how drive-through windows sound.
Oh, I know. Oh,
and you can also tell they're trying to go. These people that want, these companies that want to go all in on AI right now because all they see is dollar signs are stupid.
Oh, right.
Because they think we're stupid. Of course, if you're eating at McDonald's, sometimes maybe we are stupid.
It's funny you said. I saw a post on X today that was like, okay, so the government can listen to everything I say on my telephone, but at the drive-through, they still can't hear that I don't want pickles on my burger.
But they have an AI thing. It's like a Disney attraction or something. It comes on. It's like it does this little chime music. Like, dun, dun, dun. Hi, welcome to McDonald's. What can I get for you today? And you're like, oh, that's refreshing. That must be.
And then the surliest voice comes on after this.
Because you say, yes, I'd like this. It's like, can you order? Order.
Oh, yeah, that's the one there too, Jeff. Yeah, will it be using your mobile app today? I'm like,
oh, my God. I want to throw.
No.
Lance says Lenoris hits dingers. Jay Frew says claiming it now SEC baseball tournament champs. Oh, man. And Harrison said the sad thing is Facebook skews older and older folks think that. Yeah. And dude, here's what happened, though. It was before the 2016 election, which that year changed a lot. That's the year Harambe was shot and everything started to change. I think all started with that.
What a world.
Nevertheless, everybody got mad and blamed Mark Zuckerberg, and he cowered, of course. And so because there were like sports media businesses that went under because they adjusted the Facebook algorithm to stop serving because it was becoming like a newspaper, like really like older for people. My mom, I mean, they would read through it and some of it was fake news, right? But it was a very small percentage. And then you have these people in Congress who are like 78 years old that can't turn on a computer, just railing like they know what the hell an algorithm even is.
Right.
Yeah. You're to protect our democracy. Our democracy. You need to change the alligator. Change the alligator.
You gotta control the alligator.
You've manipulated this alligator to say bad things. Putin. And regardless of what politics you're on, you have to have some common sense and understand that $100,000 worth of Facebook ads isn't really going very far in politics. But my point is they redid the algorithm, so all media outlets got screwed. Like there were companies that just did sports like we do. It's got mowed under. And now it is a cluster. It is like, you know what it's like, Phil? It's like MySpace has come back.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a lot like MySpace. Y'all remember MySpace? And I feel bad for people that still they still want to get on there and read news because there's no news. There's no news.
No. And who knows? Oh yeah. And even the local news, I don't like the fact that on all my local news channels now, I have to go into the comments section to actually pull up the article. You can't just click the picture anymore. You got to go into the comments, click the article. It's absolutely, I mean, and it's just another level of, oh, well, it didn't pop up. People are just moving on. They're not reading it. And while we're yelling at clouds, why is it that videos pop up automatically on news stories? What is that? I like to read. I can read. I like to read the article. I don't want you to talk to me. I don't want to hear your, little sounders in the background. Yeah,
it scares my wife. I'll click on an article. It's like,
I get so mad. Oh my goodness. Dina's like, what? It's like, I'm trying to read a damn news article.
And when it makes you watch the video, here's why. I'll just tell you why.
Oh, I know.
Ad revenue on a video ad is more than a display ad.
Yeah, that's right. I know. And it's a bit hypocritical for me to, bitch about that. But at the same time,
some some apps do, like the New York Post now, you can read like 4 articles and then it's going to give you that takeover app, which is usually an advertisement for Candy Crush game or that damn zombie game.
Oh, please. Yeah. Either the zombies or oh God. Yeah. Shooting game where you're walking around.
Harrison says Bojangles has an AI drive-through voice thing. Tripped me out the first time.
Oh Lord,
that's scary. Carl says, welcome in, Carl. He's a non-member chat boxer. My phone can't get voice text without a random cuss word, and AI is taking over the world. Right. Yeah, the random cuss word thing's an issue. The stupidest thing on Facebook is comment coming on. They're saying all these actors, Billy says, Billy. I think Billy used voice to text there. I couldn't read it. Some about birthdays and it's BS fake news. Bruin misses MySpace. I don't know what that says about my man Bruin. Ben, I did see the rep from Michigan who fell asleep at the congressional hearing. That was bad. Schaefer says Tom was everyone's friend. Michael says MySpace at least taught people web page coding. Yeah, a useful thing. If I could go in and recode Facebook and make the algorithm fine, I'd be on there. And whoever said, I don't remember who exactly said that about the baby boomers. They, like, my mom relies on that, like people my mom's age. That's their little corner of the web. Facebook has more safeguards here, but you'd be surprised how influential you could be outside the United States with just a few $100.
Yeah.
Should we take Chief Sports International? English Premier League on Chief.
Yes, that's right. Serie A.
Serie A. Billy Facebook's popular for saying actors have passed away and it's someone's birthday. They make fake news look better.
Right. And then they call it's like the Mandela effect. And then everything's the Mandela effect because you forgot somebody either was dead or forgot they were still alive. We live in a parallel world. This is where the timeline split.
What's horrible, dude, is when I was randomly going through, because Facebook, you go way back, right? You go like people you ain't talked to or heard from in a long time, but you knew them once upon a time.
Right.
And it's their birthday. So maybe you're reminiscing, you wish them happy birthday, and then you get a text from somebody and it's like, they passed away 2 years ago. Right. Then you have to have a moment about it. You hadn't really thought about this person for a long time. And, once upon a time, your acquaintances or whatever you did, went to school together or something, and you have to feel bad. So
it's funny. I was looking through the friends list a few weeks back and just to see, I was like, oh, I haven't heard anything from this person. I hope they're all right. Let's see if they're still around. And then as I'm going through, it was like all of these people who were no longer with us are in. I'm like, oh my God, this is depressing. This
big slam of jamma, dude. US Aid. You didn't ran a few ads for a fake newspaper in sub-Saharan Africa for a capstone project that kicked up quite a dust storm. The CIA.
That's right.
Lynn says, I think we've seen all the movies. This AI takeover does not go well. Yes, well, there is the movie AI. And then I'm still convinced, like my stepson and wife argue with me. I think The Matrix and Terminator are the same movie. And I don't think the Wachowski siblings, the creators of The Matrix, I think they ripped off James Cameron. James Cameron's just a little too nice to complain. It's the same thing. They just took it a step further.
Expanded on it a bit.
John Coffey is basically, it's not Nemo, is it? Nero? What's his name?
Neo.
Jeez, Nemo.
It's an anagram.
I've called him Nemo.
Yeah.
They're going to find Nemo.
Finding Nemo.
It's Neo, you jackass. What if they're like, those tunneling death things that the Sentinels that they send down after
Yes,
the,
yeah, that's
the
right.
humans?
Yeah.
What if the ones they just tunneling in and like Nemo or Dory comes swimming up beside us? Oh, where's Nemo?
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
Kenny said, I'm pretty sure they had the same writers. I don't know. Big Slab of Jabba says, I just got people to focus on a gun trafficking ring most didn't know about. And dirty water.
Dirty water.
Saving the world, brother. Bruin says, don't forget to poke your friends and invite them to Farmville. All right, man.
I like
sorry.
Facebook a lot better when it was just poking. And my favorite thing about the old Facebook was the bulletin board where you could put up your little pins or whatever.
Yeah.
And you have your little things on there. It was like a virtual bumper sticker.
All right, Phil, we're going to double up here through the top of the hour.
You want to do it? All right, here, I can cut the music. We can just, or you want to go now?
Well, I don't know. We got 9 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Just keep the music going.
Yeah, that's all right.
I got I think I'm going to throw a little Mr. Brownstone into our repertoire.
I've got a couple that I want to pull down too.
Yeah, just rock and roll, dude. Billy says it's not really AI, it's the aliens. So, yeah, we'll cut it about 12:54, do like a 6-minute break.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, we'll just.
Does that sound good?
Do 2. Yeah, that'll clear it out.
Yeah, clear it all out, and then we'll have one left because I'm enjoying this chat box interaction on,
it's fun.
Wide Open Wednesday. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Jay Frew says Eminence Front. Yeah, it's the Who. This used to be, Mike Morgan pointed out the other day when he was on the cheap seats. This was the intro to his. It's nice and long. It's kind of groovy too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Some of my friends make fun of me for liking the song, man.
Oh please.
Like Skipper. It's not a cool song.
Well, I mean, that's not a cool song.
I wonder if Mark Kingston is a big Who fan. I can see him.
I can see that.
Getting down to this one.
Yeah,
dude. How happy do you think he is?
I saw D1 has Creighton listed as a team to keep an eye on as we approach these.
Yeah, he's got a great gig lined up, and the Gamecocks are 5-22 in the SEC.
I know.
Harrison says Pete Limbo was a big Who guy. I could see him getting down to all the Who's, their entire collection.
Yes.
I did. Actually, Phil's wife and I did Tommy, the Who's Rock Opera, when we were in college. The musical at USC Upstate. That's all. I've always wanted to direct that, like just put a little creativity to it. But that's a jam, man. That whole thing. The Who's great. I mean,
I love the Who.
I thought. Yeah, I think it's good. Billy has a request all on the Watchtower about Jimi Hendrix. I'll try to get some Jimi Hendrix in here. We'll see kind of how it goes. Because he's such a different sound. I don't know if it may be distracting to anybody. Kenny says thoughts on Steely Dan. Like, don't love, but like.
Yeah, I like Steely Dan.
UNC baseball coach Scott Forbes was at the Pearl Jam concert in Raleigh last week.
Can't be all bad.
Tar Heels. What the way around, gonna be the Dookies home. If anyone hasn't, Harrison says, Nana Sports Chat Box, look up and read stories about their drummer Keith Moon talking about a madman. Oh, the Who? Yeah. There's some psychos there and in Pink Floyd.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot Harrison is young. Like, young.
Yeah. Oh, he's young. All right. Just know Bob Dylan. Yeah. I'm gonna do the intro like Bob Dylan. It's a show. Show.
I tried to watch the biopic on Bob Dylan with Timothy Chalamet, but we cut it off about way through.
Here's some trivia. I don't know if it's AI. You turned it off?
Yeah, we didn't finish it, man. No, that wasn't captivating enough.
Then I will never turn it on.
Right. It's not worth
Because
your
I know
time,
if y'all,
it's not. Yeah. If we didn't make it through a music biopic,
that's not for me. Russell, I've never heard this. Chevy Chase was in the original Steely Dan lineup when they were in college.
Yeah, I believe he was a drummer, if I remember correctly. Yeah,
Chevy
Chase and Steely Dan.
You know, they say Chevy Chase is a butthole.
They do.
A big butthole. But most drummers I've met are too.
I mean, it tracks though, right?
Maybe he missed his calling. And Lars Ulrich should have been on Saturday Night Live because he's this nice, funny guy. I don't know. Ben loves Steely Dan and the Doobie Brothers. I like both of them. I like to just jam. Like if I'm at an outdoor drinking party, I call it beer outside.
Beer outside.
But beer outside, you know, I love it when that stuff comes on, you know. It's really good. Krager has 3 Steely Dan albums.
Nice.
And I showed my wife your the record setup, Craig. Yeah, he mentions it. I think we're gonna do it. I'm excited to do it. Probably not anytime soon, you know, but when I'm worried about space, you know, like if I'm gonna have a collection, I want it to have its own space. So anyway, everybody that's not in the chat box probably quit listening. Yesterday was the worst episode ever. I may call this a better episode.
I bet we got a little better today.
Yeah, we got a little better. Improvement.
Better today.
I'll tell you, the Gamecock traditions, you want to talk about constant improvement. They're constantly getting new items for sale, and they never cease to amaze me with how they keep bringing it in, recreating good stuff for Gamecock fans to get. Go to GamecockTraditions.com. Get it shipped all over the world. GamecockTraditions.com. Also, their brick and mortar stores out in Village at Sandhills and also in Lexington, a proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks. Don't forget tonight, In Spirit starts at 7. SEC Network, the long-awaited documentary on 2011, 2010, a back-to-back national championships, your South Carolina Gamecocks baseball team. Far away from that. We get further and further away from that, Phil.
We do. Figuratively and literally, apparently, this season.
Well, you know, I want to ask Mike Morgan one time, because he has volcano programs for college football. Is South Carolina a volcano program in baseball? That's a good question for the chat box, too. Volcano program is a program that they may have an extended period of downtime, but you know they're going to be back at some point. Florida State would be an example of that in football. I don't know if Florida's a volcano program or not. I don't know that we can say Miami is either because it's been 20 years. Alabama obviously went that long period of time between Bear Bryant and Nick Saban and had one national title. Saban gets there and we saw what happened. That's a volcano program. Georgia, volcano program. So is South Carolina, that's the question, a volcano program in college baseball? Have they had that enough success for a sustained amount of time to where, hey, you may have some down years and some terrible years, but it can be back. What you don't want it to do, in my opinion, is become Nebraska football or South Carolina men's basketball, which also was once great. We'll be back on the show, second hour after this.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit ChefWilliamTurner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. JC Sherbert, Phil Mullinax in with you here. Final hour of the show here on a midweek tilt. It is Wednesday. Yes. Tuesday baseball game threw me off because I've been calling that a midweek, of course, because that's what it is, but then it's not actually in the middle of the week. So we're getting a little better today, as we said, because yesterday was the worst show ever. So we're showing
looking for
marked improvement.
Incremental improvement, right?
That's right. Just every little bit helps. A lot of talk in the chat box about Darius Gray. Let's see.
Yeah, we did have some new 2026 rankings come out. Darius Gray 16th in the country and a 5-star. And in the Nana Sports chat box, Clint points out that Gray is Steve Wilfong, my friend from On 3, has put in a prediction of him to LSU. All right, so Darius Gray's this kid. It's like loves South Carolina. Has, I don't think he's named them the leader, but he's always liked the Gamecock. He hasn't been on it for a long time. And I said before, when it looked like things were in really good shape for him, I said, I may have said it on coffee, may have just briefly mentioned it. I felt like he's what I call a window player. Like you get a lead on a big time guy, you know, and not always, you know, some Nick Harbor, Marcus Lattimore, Jadeveon Clowney, they were all late guys that committed. But sometimes nowadays there's a window, and then they like you, you're in, but then they start visiting other places. You know, it's like not, you know, it's like dating a lot of women or men or whatever, you know, whatever side of that you're on out there, you know, and you can get confused. There was a point in my life, gosh, about 10, 12 years ago, I was in the mix for about 3 or 4 different women. I decided to do it. I was in the mix, in the hunt.
In the hunt.
And then I settled on one, you know, but there was a window for that one. Had I moved on and with too much time elapsed and didn't make the move, you know. And so I was concerned that all these official visits, you know, and guys like that, they love recruiting, and they're easily, they love the process.
Yeah.
So my opinion is, as long as he keeps taking these visits, there could be multiple different predictions.
Right. Yeah.
As long as he visits South Carolina, I think the Gamecocks still have a shot to win out. He's awfully good. Now I'll say this, just so you don't think I'm a crazy glue sniffer and reacting to the Fong bomb there. Gilchrist, the kid that they lost to Maryland last year, also from Virginia, that they had the lead on. I like Gilchrist's film better. Now, people may think I'm crazy. Obviously, the whole college football world may not agree with me, but I thought Gilchrist was the better prospect based on film. I haven't seen him in person, obviously. But, yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Queen of the Cocks in the Nano Sports chat box. It's a Malik Clark type deal. Even if he doesn't commit, stay on top of him. He says he got 5 stars after the LSU Crystal Ball. He did move up, but 24/7 didn't have the 32 5 stars. This is kind of their time to do that.
Yeah.
So in fairness, they weren't giving out those 5 stars. I don't know how much he did move up though, as far as the numerical ranking. Ben says any predictions before a recruit even starts taking visits a little premature, especially when you're taking a lot of them. He's got like 10. Billy says between 2000 and 2015, South Carolina had a 699% winning record in baseball. Yep. They were good. Big Slamma Jamma, when I was talking about men or women, whatever floats your boat, he said, I thought I was going to say there was a time that I was on the fence.
We almost had a phrasing issue there.
Yeah, almost a phrasing issue. No, I've never had that dilemma. Ever. He says, still can't believe Carolina jackpot went after Gilchrist like he did. I don't know who that is. Probably a YouTuber, a Twitter guy.
Yeah, I think.
I feel like that one wasn't over until he did, and his mom came after the fans. Yeah, that's one situation where they lost a kid, and I was having conversation. I mean, I knew what was going on behind the scenes, and in fairness, most recruits and their parents are not going to make a big deal and antagonize, you know, and make, you know, act like that's important. Right. But his mom really did. She was caught up. And I mean, there's not a lot of Maryland fans, obviously. So, and most of them are just miserable and complain all the time for good reason. But, whatever the 5% of morons out there in Gamecock land showed their behinds the whole day, and it did cost them. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not blaming. The fans normally have nothing to do with any of it.
No,
but in that situation, I do think they could have maybe gotten back in as
there are
time went forward.
Yeah, contributing factor sometimes. Yeah,
but it was good. Harrison says that whoever jackpot is living embodiment of the message board fan. I don't think he's on a message board. He probably learned something. If he's like that, I don't know. I know I've seen that handle around, but I thought it was like a lottery thing.
Right, the Carolina jackpot.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know.
Crazy.
Anyway, yeah, that is crazy. But yeah, that's the one situation where it's hard. And it's just always, I mean, I don't know. I used to say, don't tweet at recruits, don't do this. I can do nothing about that. I have no influence.
No.
And the things they say, just like I talked about that ESPN app, you know, people just sound off about whatever. And it's crazy. Like I said, like X, I use it for information. On my personal account, I'm just a massive retweeter of like old Braves videos. There's an account called Super 70 Sports that
I love that guy.
Well, when he's not throwing an F-bomb or a GD in there, I'll retweet like most of his stuff. I even participated in the poll the other day, or the Ask Me Anything thing he had going on. Super 70 Sports. I was like, all right, so better show, Jeffersons or Good Times? And he said, and he answered, he goes, Good Times post John Amos, the Jeffersons.
Yeah.
Good Times with John Amos, Good Times.
Good Times.
I
Yes.
was like, I can't, I agree completely. I mean, I can't.
I see nothing wrong here.
There's nothing. You said it all.
Yeah.
Right. It's I'll retweet that. I'll retweet stuff. And every now and then, maybe I'll put a little something out about the weather or the Bears or, yeah. I hate to say it. Sometimes I'll let one fly during a game in the heat of the moment. And it's usually like one where I don't explain myself because there's no context on X.
That's what I'll do that. And I've caught myself doing that on
get myself
baseball.
in trouble, dude.
Yeah.
And I just can't. I just this year in football, hard and fast, no tweet policy.
Yeah. Now football season, I don't social during games. Don't care. Good, bad, ugly.
I try. It's hard.
I've done, but this baseball season, like sometimes I'm just like, but like the last one I put out, like when it looked like Carolina was gonna, gain some momentum and come back against Auburn in that game 1 of the doubleheader, and I was like, can you be allergic to momentum?
I saw that.
Yeah.
And that's subtle, and that's fine. I mean, I just, I mean, boy, yes, I'm just.
Now, I don't think I'd ever be so pointed in game like that. Now, I mean, and there again, I don't know if some of the acerbic stuff that comes out is necessarily helping anybody.
It's not.
I've got strong feelings about everything that's going on too, but I keep a lot of it to myself, and every once in a while, I'll just let it out here. Not everybody has this platform. I get it.
During a football game too, it's a fleeting moment. It's not something that I would even put
right.
Like I mentioned during the bowl game, this is not a surprise. The scheme will get you beat. It's happened before. And it came across like everybody thought I was talking about Mike Shula and some scheme that he had put in, I guess, in a week and a half with not his playbook. And all that good stuff. And I was really talking about the defense, and it really wasn't a criticism so much as the defense is high risk, high reward at times. There are times where the defense, no matter how talented they are, it's susceptible to big plays. And Illinois got some off, right? So what? It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
But then there's the other side of that where it's like, okay, like Alex misses a kick last year or something, and people are like, get rid of this guy, blah, blah, blah. And then, 2 quarters later, he makes one that actually, is the difference in the game. Right. Yeah. Right.
Michael says, I live in Walhalla, home of the Razorbacks. He says, Tater Town.
Mm-hmm.
Most of my friends are Taters. I love reading the meltdowns on socials. Now, that's a different slice of entertainment there, Michael, is the reading of the meltdowns.
That's right. Now,
I didn't say I didn't enjoy that. Now, when it's my people, I don't like reading it, but yeah, when it's somebody else, that's fun.
But I do have a sick voyeuristic streak in me when something's going bad to check. Let's check in on the message board.
One of the most fun things to ever do if you're just sitting around and Florida's playing. Go to if you're a annual VIP member on the Big Spur, which some of you are, you get access to read all the message boards. You can't post on them, which will never happen. But that's a bridge too far. Go on the Gators Swamp 247. Go read a Florida game thread with and then trace the emotions. I thought our game threads on the Big Spur were kind of wild. It looks like a Paddington Bear 8-year-old girl's birthday party compared to what goes on that freak. I'm like, my God.
Oh, Lord, y'all.
I didn't even know you could do that with a banana gun.
Yeah, that's right. Kiss your mother with that mouth.
Jeez. Queen says Tennessee's are really good to read. Krager goes, you know what? I'm drunk. So what? It's my house. It's Eddie Murphy. This is my house. I work hard to make it beautiful.
That's right.
Beautiful, Phil. Yeah, so the meltdowns are fun. Billy asked what's up with her shot Rasul Faison. There's not going to be anything until something's resolved there. Yeah. They're just working on it. I mean, there's a process like this. It's impossible to report daily about, they had a conversation. Well, they've been having conversations for 6 months. Oh, the lawyer had a conversation. Well, he's been having conversations every day. I'll just continue to say, as far as the outcome's concerned, my personal opinion is it would be one of the most ridiculous things ever for him not to be eligible, and the kid from Rutgers is.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and that's what I've been looking for. Before that, Phil, I was kind of like, well, it just kind of depends. It's maybe it's not as cut and dry, because there are differences between Pavia, which if he were the same as Pavia, there would have been no issue. There's difference between Pavia and Rasul, right? Namely, when his clock started.
Right.
Now, his clock started in junior college, but what the ruling was, I think probably they're kind of trying to throw the COVID year in there too. The ruling by the NCAA was, okay, well, Pavia, if you started your clock at the same time Diego did, then you're eligible. But before that, no. It's not cut and dry. That's why Bam Martin Scott was going to come back.
Right. Yeah.
And there was no rule. So what they did was they're slow playing all these, which is dumb. But just like with Pavia, when he got the injunction, they issued a blanket. All right, well, this is fun. I don't know if they're going to do that this time or not. But if that kid is eligible for Rutgers, because look, here's the legal argument, in my opinion, right, Phil?
Mm-hmm.
The junior colleges are not governed by the NCAA, neither is NAIA. Anything governed by the NCAA, I think it's perfectly reasonable to start a clock. You're under our purview.
Mm-hmm.
Ergo, our rules apply as long as you're playing for the NCAA, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, this kid, and the clock starts. You can get waivers for injuries and things like that, but the clock starts. And so this kid started off in the NCAA, and then couldn't cut it, went to JUCO, and came back, went to another school, and then ultimately ended up at Rutgers and wanted another year. And he got it. So, to me, when you're talking about a starting clock, that's different and more egregiously wrong
mm-hmm.
than Rasul Faison, who started off at a junior college, then went to the NCAA. I understand that. I mean, it's linear. It's a linear progression.
Right.
And so I just, I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, that's the thing about the Rutgers ELAD situation, is that that's ridiculous to me. Aside from the fact that he received an injunction from a guy who got his degree at Rutgers. Let's throw that out. Let's throw the should have recused himself from this out.
It's New Jersey, dude. We've seen The Sopranos.
I know, right? Yeah, I mean, I know how it works. Yeah. So you're in the MAC, and don't cut it in the MAC for 3 years. You go to JUCO because you went into the transfer portal voluntarily to try to find another home, and you were one of those, like cautionary tales of these players that just jump into the portal because nobody wanted you. And then you were able to play your way through at JUCO, get back on a roster, and then you played well enough after, 4 years of development that a Power 4 school wanted you.
And just abandoned.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've abandoned my team.
Yeah, that's right. You're gonna turn your back on the MAC again, but this time because Shiano's waving $500,000 in your face.
Woke up this morning. Yeah. I think if it comes to it, Rasul could sue in a federal court in South Carolina and probably be successful. Especially with the precedent there, Phil. I mean, these kids from North Carolina and Duke, I'm sorry, I don't know who their lawyers are or their quote unquote agents, but they're not very smart people. Because like one of them was JJ Jones from Myrtle Beach. One of the arguments as to why they deserved another year was some things happened that year.
Yada, yada, yada.
Anytime you start an argument with, some things happen.
Some things happen.
Some things. And of course, the judge threw them out. He was like, no. How about no? And I thought that was a positive for the sport and humanity. Those were different because those were just dudes that were out there rolling.
Yeah.
Wanting an extra year for absolutely no reason. There was no injury. They all played. Some of them redshirted. They're just a couple kids from up there in the research triangle that hadn't done, or their representatives hadn't done a lot of research. Right? So Ben says, if anything, Faison has a better argument than Pavia because he didn't play ball each year since his clock started. The whole thing is dumb. It is
that
dumb.
first year was a gray shirt, wasn't it? I mean,
so weird. So weird, right? It should be good. Stone Blanton signed an undrafted free agency deal with the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, good for Stone.
Good for Stone. And Ben read that at Stone Blanton UFL. That's probably where he ends up.
Yeah, that's right.
Wouldn't be surprised. Remember he was supposed to play baseball? What happened to that?
Team could have used him this year, I guess. I don't know.
Baseball could have used Stone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, maybe he shouldn't have transferred. He should just, switch.
Baseball could have used Robbie Ashford too.
Yeah, right.
Jeez. Oh, Quantrell's got a great.
What's up, Quantrell?
Quantrell in the house. JC, I saw the Under Armour deal runs out May 2026. Your gut feeling on where they're leading. Did not like seeing Texas trolling Carolina in the women's Final Four by wearing Asia Wilson's shoe. I do have some information. I put it out on the Big Spur the other day. Not a lot. Okay, so how this works is, the Under Armour deal's up in a year. Now, between now and the end of this calendar year, Under Armour has an exclusive negotiating window. Then after that, for about 30 days, they kind of have not right of first refusal, but they have the right to come back and counter. So South Carolina's got to go back and forth with them. What I heard was there's no buzz about Adidas out there. So if anybody's worried about going to Adidas, there's that it's probably going to be Nike or Under Armour. And frankly, that's what it was last time. I remember Steve Spurrier talking about that. I think for them to stay with Under Armour, because there's a lot of coaches that would like to go to Nike. I think for them to stay with Under Armour, you got to milk it because money matters nowadays, right?
Right.
Now, is Under Armour just going to pay you in shoes and apparel and it's going to be a couple million more than Nike or whatever? Yeah, keep your couple million. Now, what if Under Armour says, well, your top 10 student athletes, we're going to throw a big time NIL deal for them to represent us in our products. And that outside NIL is very valuable because that doesn't count toward the cap, the rev share cap.
Right. Mm-hmm.
In other words, if Under Armour was like said, okay, so this year Dylan Stewart and Lenore Sellers, if they cut those guys NIL deals, they paid them directly, and it's $500,000 each, which would with a shoe company like Under Armour, a big national brand like that, you're probably going to get that approved through the NIL clearinghouse because shoe companies pay, and these are big time players that are popular. They're in college. It's national. If that's part of it, then I think they'll stick with Under Armour because that's a great deal. If not, it'd be Nike all the way. And if they could somehow find a way to get Jordan Brand, fine with me too. We talk a lot about Generation X on this show, so obviously I'm a big Michael Jordan guy.
Right. Yeah. We all recognize Jumpman.
Yeah. I mean, does it make a ton of sense to look at a football uniform and see a basketball player on it?
Nope.
No, but it's the United States of America.
That's right.
The European mind cannot comprehend. You seen those memes?
Yes.
So,
Well, I mean, and it's interesting. You got me thinking about that. Like, if the House settlement is approved, right, and there is a clearinghouse for NIL legitimacy, at Nike being your partner could be a competitive advantage over other schools, in that there's a hell of a lot more Nike advertising out there than there is Under Armour outside of watching sports. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, you really could leverage that into something that is beneficial, or you could leverage that into something that will clear an easier path for you to funnel funds to your players outside of rev share with the appearance of legitimacy.
That also largely depends, though, Phil. That's why I think if it's Under Armour, they need to do that. Nike is such a big company with so many schools.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that's going to move that they're going to be able to. That they're going to sit there and say individually, okay, South Carolina, if you sign with us, we'll take your top players and give them a Nike marketing deal, which is what it takes. You have to do it like that.
Oh, yeah, but you could do it in partnership with the collective at that point. Yeah, because it is your school's brand at that point. So it's like Nike wouldn't have to independently fund it.
Oh, yeah. Like
you could use it as like a shell company to funnel funds to these players. I'm just thinking outside of the box here, Jason.
No, I mean, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But like the actual apparel contract, though, Under Armour is going to okay.
I would imagine there's more money coming from UA than there is Nike, like dollars.
Probably cash wise. But, but then again, look, females wear shoes as well. And there is a big marketing machine when it comes to female basketball players in the form of Dawn Staley, the head women's basketball coach here.
Right.
So she may end up being a big part of all this. Because, man, look, that's 50% of your market.
Right. Yeah.
If you're Nike.
Right.
Yeah. There's more of them than there are of us, Phil.
That's right. And they typically own more shoes.
They own more shoes. Like multiples.
I know my wife owns more, specifically even tennis shoes, than I do. So, I mean, it makes perfectly sense.
I can't even talk about my wife's shoes.
I know.
I'm speechless thinking about
it. I have one pair of slides. I got 2 pairs of dress shoes, and that's only because I worked in insurance for a few years before I started here, and then and I have a pair of Hey Dudes that I bought before the North Carolina game in Charlotte. That's all the shoes I have to my name, and a pair of work boots to work in the yard.
Queen says, we're proud to be sponsored by Fila, the official sponsor of Gamecock Athletics. In Todd Ellis's voice, we're proud to be sponsored by Fila, the official sponsor of Gamecock Athletics. Hi, fans. Do you like to wear Fila? Boom, heard me. Quantrell, sounds like we're Nike, JC, about to start scouring eBay now.
Right.
Friendly reminder that Europe has 0 SEC championships. France ain't got no SEC titles. France only won 6 games last year, Paul.
That's right.
Can't be no 6-6, France. Heck, they're lucky to go to the Independence Bowl. I was writing today. Auburn's kind of on the clock. Speaking of the SEC, Auburn's kind of on the clock. In the early 2010s, or even the late 2000s, early 2010s, did you ever sit there and think, Phil, we'll be in an era of college football where Florida had 3 losing seasons in a row and Auburn had 4?
It is a little hard to have projected that at that time.
I'm not talking like, they minor bowl games.
No, right.
They had to go to the Birmingham Bowl a couple of years, or they had
that happens. Yeah.
They were they were in the Gator Bowl for a little while. No, losing record. Like Spurrier, win more than you lose. No, they lost more than they won.
Yeah. Yeah. Florida was staring down what was going to be like a half-century historic, season.
It was bad. Quantrell says, JC, is it true the basketball team was Nike briefly? My uncle swears it was, but I can't find pictures of it. South Carolina was one of the first Nike schools. And then while the Gamecocks were with Russell Athletic in football, Nike was the basketball shoe. And then they all went to Under Armour. Like Dave Odom had Nike when he was here. I think Eddie Fogler did too. They were with Nike in basketball. But baseball and football got that good old Russell Athletic. Wow.
Golly.
Ben says, bring back Russell.
Bring back Russell.
Lynn says, I personally dislike the fit of Nike shoes. They don't fit me at all.
I haven't had a pair of Nike shoes in a long time.
Yeah. But yeah, Quantra, in the book, they talk about, in one of the Nike books, they talk about South Carolina. That was on the message board the other day. They talk about South Carolina being one of the first Nike schools. So nevertheless, but that's interesting about the apparel. I believe TCU is a Nike school, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're Nike. Yeah, I remember Gary Patterson having a Nike swoosh on. So I think Donati has a background with them, and but the only way I'd be like super cool with unless the money's just stupid, there's a gulf, and in that case, screw Nike for not recognizing the value of Dawn Staley and all of that. However, the only way I'd be kind of cool is if they do say, we're not only going to help you with all this apparel and all that, we're going to help fund your NIL endeavors. Because Under Armour has cut NIL deals with some Carolina players before.
Right.
They're not opposed to that. They certainly cut a lot from Maryland players. Did I say that? Oh my Lord.
Oh, well, it is.
So I think they should go with Skechers.
That's right. Converse.
New Balance. My wife saw me the other day. She's like, we need to. You're so old man yells at cloud. We need to buy you some New Balance. Yo, I was in my 20s and my first wife tried to put me in New Balance.
Now,
what did that say about her plans for my life?
That is true.
She was a very sweet lady. I said that for a joke. It's a joke, people.
It is a joke.
It is a joke, people. She's a very nice person, but she did.
I owned a couple pairs of New Balances in high school.
They're comfortable.
Well, and because I am a creature of habit. Totally. So once I found like whatever that 3-digit code was for the pair of shoes that fit really good and felt good on my feet, I was like, no, just get me another pair of 437s.
437s. Somebody said Boston College was going with New Balance. New Balance is taking up. Yeah, they are. Holy cow.
Really?
New Balance is Boston College is a New Balance school. They're going back to the old school Doug Flutie era uniforms. It's a report from Eagle Insider, our Boston College site. Big update on Boston College uniforms. Bill O'Brien said New Balance done a great job of helping us to design to go back to those old Flutie uniforms. Oh, wow. I don't know if that's a great.
Yeah.
Brother, I don't know if that's a great move by BC or not. They've gone from Under Armour to Adidas to, I think Under Armour dropped Boston College. But I mean, hell, you're Boston College.
Right.
A little different.
What are you going to do?
Bill O'Brien. I love New Balance. Of course you do, Bill.
Yeah, of course you do.
Coaches would be all about that, dude.
Right.
Coaches would be like, can we please switch to Skechers or New Balance? Anyway.
Who's the first Hoka school?
Cooper Flagg is a New Balance athlete. Cooper Flagg's from Maine, so maybe New Balance is much more popular in New England than.
That's right. Up there in the Northeast, that might be true.
Oh, based in Massachusetts. Ben from the Nana's Porch chat box to the rescue.
That's right.
Grilling cleats. Yeah.
Grilling
I need to get by the way, I need to get an apron for grilling. Like last night, I went yesterday. I got up, showered, went and exercised, came back and showered, and then I grilled out. Had to shower again. Like I'm not this big conservationalist when it comes to water. We pay enough for it.
That's right. I'm paying for it.
But I felt bad for the environment after that. So I don't know what the answer. Maybe I need to get an apron. Maybe that's why they wear grilling aprons. I don't know. Somebody help me. Or just help. I need a lot of help. All right, Phil, we got a last break, right?
Oh, yeah. I got to fire up the beast.
All right, yeah. It was, I looked and we got 23 minutes left. So, I don't know.
First FUBU school.
FUBU.
Which I'll admit had popped into my head, but I didn't think I needed to. That didn't need to come out of my mouth before it did the chat box.
I'm trying to figure out what's the worst shoe brand.
Oh,
Hoka.
I don't know. Puma does pretty good on running shoes, though. I guess.
AI on Google won't say that. They won't tell me who the worst one is.
Who's the worst shoe brand? Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, there's 7 to avoid. Number 1 is Skechers. Oh, Uggs.
Juicy
Kors.
Couture.
Kenneth Cole. I had some Kenneth Cole boots. And one.
The Shaq brand at Walmart.
Shaq brand at Walmart. Aldo. 9 West.
Saucony.
I don't know, man. Or just the ones that don't even have a brand. They're just shoes. You get at Family Dollar. Smith brand. See that?
Madden.
Steve Madden. The Shaq brand from Walmart is amazing. Oh, Lord. Blue jean pants and white grilling cleats. Russell said. Yes. Asics, Ben says. Man,
Asics,
why did I think about Asics?
The Asics gel, right?
Yeah. That's awesome.
Listen, do you even own a pair of New Balance if they don't have grass stains on them?
Remember the pumps? Was that Reebok?
Reebok, man. Yeah, Reebok.
Yeah, hey, little trivia. Steve Spurrier was not a New Balance. He couldn't believe South Carolina had New Balance when he got here. I mean, to the point where the first 2 years when the contract was expiring, 05 and 06, Spurrier wore like his own stuff. Like Steve Spurrier signature stuff.
Spurrier, yeah, right.
A shirt with Carolina and the tree on it and his signature on the side. I was like, you got to be a confident person to wear a visor, not only a visor with your signature across the side and on the sidelines, but the shoes were so bad. They cut a separate deal that I don't even think involved any money to wear Reebok cleats the first 2 years.
Jeez.
Well, they all went to Under Armour. So South Carolina at one point did wear Reebok shoes. How about that?
Nice.
Nevertheless. All right. We are going to go back to talk some recruiting. Jeff has a nice defensive tackle question in the Nana Sports chat box, and we'll break all that down for you on the other side. Want to remind everybody about Electric Bikes of Charleston. If you're in the market for an electric bike, please check that out. Our good friends down there, they're very supportive of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, the show, Garnet Trust, NIL, great people, and a great product. Electric Bikes of Charleston. Also, Charleston Fitness Equipment will help you stay in shape. They own both of those. Well, we had to wrap things up on a wide open Wednesday. Happy Hump Day with the Mad Dog and me. Thank God Smorgasbord is tomorrow. We'll have something decent to talk about. That's right. We'll be back after these messages.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Final segment of the show here on Wednesday. Shift over. Been dealing with the wide open Wednesday chat box has been really fun, generating a lot of intrigue and interest. I had a question about defensive tackles again. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, but is the portal going to be enough to sustain?
Well,
I guess, and it's kind of bigger than that too, JC. Like, can you not neglect, but not necessarily hit home runs at a position group and be able to consistently fill that need in the portal?
The need. I think the best case scenario is your best case scenario. Obviously, is a blend, like they have had. Just the guys. And look, let's be honest. I was on a show in Nashville yesterday with my buddy Braden Gall, and we were talking about roster and age and things like this. And I kind of agreed with him. Like, everybody, if you look around the SEC, because we're in the Gamecock bubble, but you look at everybody else and they're all the same kind of like, oh, we're young all of a sudden. We're skewing young. The reason for that is I think that COVID year, the guys that got that extra year, a lot of the lion's share of them are gone.
Right.
And then you do have other people that sue to get eligibility or whatever. So everybody's, Georgia's going to be very young, next year, et cetera, et cetera. And so with that said, I still think that, you need a blend because you want to get back to, and you may not have a bunch of sixth year guys, but you may have some fifth, TJ Sanders was a 4-year guy, 21, 22, 23, 24. So, that's the deal there. So can you, look, defensive tackle situation, I'm going to break it all down because Jeff, his question was, Nana Sports chat box, DT recruiting, can we make it with mostly portal guys? You don't really have to, but I'll say this, no matter who they sign in the high school class, they're going to have to hit the portal probably not only this offseason, but next offseason, depending on who those portal guys are. Because you lose Goodwine and Barrett automatically this year. They're out of eligibility. And, you kind of hope Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy, if he puts it all together, can go pro. It'll be, I think, his third or fourth year. So you look at it like that, you're going to have a need for older D tackles next year as well. But, you got Pikes, and Pikes is a younger guy, redshirt sophomore at Carolina, coming from Georgia Southern. He's got years left. Christian Ingram and Caleb Williams are true freshmen. Xavion Hardy, I believe, has 3 years left or 2 years left. So you've got some more younger players there than you did. South Carolina does. Last year, the only real young guy was Jamal Weiss, and he wasn't good enough to play. He was the number 8 guy at best. And he went to Marshall, and I think at Marshall he's going to do some good things, but he just for this level, it was tough. So, no matter who they sign in the high school ranks, they're going to still have to hit the portal regardless. And I'll say that if they sign 5 high school guys, it's not like wide receiver where you get a good group and you can go, oh, we can get by there with this group.
Right.
D tackle, it's physical maturation and all that good stuff. So with that said, Jeff, I don't think that it's necessarily still with this 2026 class a situation where, they're going to have to just rely on the portal. The guys that aren't visiting or whatever, they were really good players. Don't get me wrong. And I was, I don't want to say disappointed. It was more the situation that I got caught with my pants down as far as doing my job. I didn't know it. But it wiped out. Obviously, 3 or 4 guys canceling officials or not visiting is not a welcome development at that position. But you still have Aiden Harris, and you still have Noah Clark. Both are from North Carolina. Both are highly ranked. You can land one of those 2. I think you're doing good. I'd prefer them to land 2.
Right.
Both of them. I really would. And then another one. I would shoot for 4. Try this 4. You went 0 for 4 in the 2022 class. I would shoot for 4 for 4. And that's just high school. And then take a couple in the portal and a JUCO if I could find. I'd pay 7 guys. They need more guys at that room. I mean, it's just
you got to have the depth for the rotation there. Yeah,
it's just a fact. So, but yeah, and we'll see kind of how it evolves. I hope too. Somebody mentioned the state. And the state's been a little dry with D tackles, but they found players in camp before.
Yeah, I like that because I was thinking about that yesterday, and Quantrill brings it up. It was like feels like there's always a couple of guys through these camp seasons that pop up out of nowhere, which would be really nice.
There's actually a D tackle at Dorman that I've been hearing things about. His name escapes me, but I'll need to go check that out. 6'3", 290. Quantrill, back to the uniform discussion. My God, who was the AD when they were cutting checks for Reebok cleats and Russell uniforms? My confidence would be shot if I had to put those uniforms on. Yeah, there's a different time. Mike McGee, though, was the AD there. Mike McGee is kind of a folk legend around here. Made a lot of significant hires in the coaching ranks, but that's why I always say a lot of people don't know what an AD does. There were some other parts of his job. Let's just say he was very C-, namely facilities and things like that. So, I mean, you can't tell some people that, hey, guess what? Rest his soul. Krager says you have to develop some high school guys. You probably should.
Yeah.
The other thing about it too, and this is a topic maybe get into a little bit tomorrow, Phil. I keep seeing like things on X and social media and reports where coaches are saying that this portal group, which is massive, is garbage.
Is bad. Right.
Yeah, there are a couple of ACC coaches, I think, that told Bruce Feldman that the other day.
Yeah.
And I tend to agree. Think about it. Like D tackle, we're talking about D tackles. There wasn't a Walter Nolan out there. There wasn't a DeAndre Jules, if I'm being honest. Hopefully Pikes is kind of DeAndre Jules-esque.
Yeah. And what do you think about it? Logically, it makes sense because you could be burning up all of your unlimited, unquestioned resources in this cycle. So some of those big name talented guys, right. Or, you just give them all the money you got to keep on your roster this year.
I honestly didn't see it at receiver either. And if you look, and I guarantee you, like the receiver portal rankings, there's probably guys down at like 13, 14, 16 that are going to be great that we're not talking about. I still think portal rankings need to be completely overhauled, and there's just too much holding on to the high school ranking that anyway, hopefully maybe that changes someday. But like that kid, Micah Hudson, they caught 7 passes at Texas Tech, then goes to A&M, and like Brad tweets the other day, Micah Hudson, the number 1 available player in the portal. I mean, this must be terrible. This portal must be terrible.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. You're basing that on high school, and this kid's already, it's a little strange of a situation. It'd be like Cam Scott being the number 1 available player in basketball. Because that's what Micah Hudson basically did. Nothing. How about that? John Tay Cook is still ranked so high. That guy's, don't get me started. So, but you look at that and it's like, and that was my whole point. Everybody's like, they didn't go out and spend the money to get a big time receiver. Well, there really wasn't any that were worth it, man. Were they?
Right.
I mean, when you're talking about Concepcion from NC State, who is a good player, and don't get me wrong, it would have been great if he would have, if if he would have come to South Carolina for what they thought he was worth, which was really too high even at that,
right?
You know, then it would be a good pickup for Carolina. He's a dependable receiver. Is he Stephon Diggs? Because that's an elite slot receiver at the college level, probably worth 7 figures. Is he Ryan Williams, even though Ryan Williams was very inconsistent last year? Can he do that? No.
It doesn't. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's, and it's
from
interesting
Syracuse that went to Penn State, Pena.
Yeah. Pena. I know. Yeah. I didn't get that either, but you know, yeah, nobody's worth $2 million out there.
No,
not a wideout. That's ridiculous.
I don't. Jeremiah Smith. There you go.
There, yeah, that.
Well, give me Phil. Give me the $2 million wide receiver list.
That's right.
Jeremiah
Smith. Full stop. Right.
Quantrell says, Bill actually asked, why do they never get run stuffer D tackle types? I think Illinois planned for that with all that time. Bill, I know. That's not what no. Nick Barrett got blocked on that 60-yard run. Just straight up got blocked. I don't even know why he's in the game, to be honest. But he just got blocked. I mean, I've watched that tape, and maybe that's why I'm not as high on Nick Barrett as Hale is, you know, because that's the last memory I have of him. But no, what South Carolina does, and we had Darren Usher on, and he explained this, they like, because they shift and things so much, that they like to have guys that are versatile inside. And it's not hurt them, I don't think, when they've got good players. What was disappointing about DeAndre Jules not being hurt most of the year last year is he was kind of that 310-pound guy. And it's interesting, Bill, because both Phil and Bill, because Caleb Williams and Christian Ingram, the two freshmen they have a D tackle this year, they're both a lot different. They're like 6'5", 6. They're like big Javon Kinlaw looking dudes,
right?
Like almost built like enormous defensive ends. So that's interesting, that length. But they like versatile guys. I mean, you know, they don't necessarily go for the big run plugger. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, like Georgia likes guys like that to play their zero technique in their 3-man front. Jordan Davis, for example. So it's kind of the scheme, but I'll tell you this, in the footprint Carolina's in, it's a whole lot easier to find multiple guys that are a lot more like TJ Sanders and dudes like that than to find Jordan Davis. I'll remind everybody where Georgia found Jordan Davis. He was an offensive lineman at Charlotte, 3-star offensive lineman. So that's a specialty thing. I mean, even Alabama, best recruiting ever, you know, they sometimes didn't have run plugging defensive tackles, but so I hope I answered that. That kid Clemson got scares me. Which one? Amari Adams? He's good. They think he's going to really be good. The recruiting people liked him. I tell you who terrified me from Clemson, who, if every D tackle was like this, it would be wonderful. Dexter Lawrence.
Right. Well,
that guy, from the time he stepped on the field, I was like, this dude is amazing. And they already had like Christian Wilkins and some other dudes. DJ Reader, I think, was still there. And then Dexter Lawrence was just like this big old dude in the middle. And I'm like, why? As if they didn't even need him. You know?
Right.
Like, why did they get him?
He didn't even need
that dude. He's probably my favorite Clemson player of all time. He and the Refrigerator Perry. I would think Dexter Lawrence was just a big, mean guy. So yeah, you know, but there's very few Dexter Lawrences out there. So we'll see. Ben says, give me 11 Tonka Hemingways. Let's go to war. Krager says, I hope Ingram can play a little, maybe later in the year. He's got the size. Yeah. The more those guys play, the better. Ben mentions Pena. Bro's name is Trebor. That annoys me.
Yeah.
Call him. He's probably named Trebor. Call him Trebor. Trebor Pena.
Trebor Pena.
Trebor Pena. Billy said 100 days left of football. Can't get here fast enough. Countdown is on.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully Ole Miss goes the way of Florida State because of using the portal. I think they're going to have an interesting year on defense. And finally, since we don't get Quantrell that much, I mean, yeah, Ole Miss. I didn't mean to blow through your question there, Michael. I think with Ole Miss defense, can they replace? I think offense could be fine. I think defense are they going to go back to being a 50-42 type of team? Yeah, that's just outscore people. And Quantrell finally says JC is Desmond Green as center. Saw him snapping on highlights. If so, Cutter Woods and Aaron Nolan won't be touched at all in their career. Ha! I think he could play any of the 5 spots. I like him as a big guard. Because and it also kind of depends on Quantrell. It's like, what's the BS meter on his height? Does he measured at 6'5.5", 6'6"? Have somebody measured him at that? His build, when you look at him on pictures, he doesn't look like he's 340 pounds.
No.
Which I buy the weight. I don't know that by the height. I buy the weight, which means he carries that much, like, athletically. It's a big dude. So, yeah, Bill said, I'd love to see Gilbert Brown from the Packers type. That's hard to, you just don't get that.
Yeah, those don't grow on trees.
Yeah, and half of them, schools will pay them a bunch of money and they'll never pan out.
Yeah, right.
We're going to pan out of here. Don't forget, tomorrow we got Alex Jones in to have the smorgasbord. That's always a great conversation. I'm going to try to trick him with some trick questions tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Make sure he's on top of his game.
I got to get Alex on there. Make sure I got to keep him on his toes and all that good stuff. Jamie will be back tomorrow. I don't have the text open in front of me, but you know who's coming on. Who's coming on tomorrow? Ashley?
Tomorrow, Ashley Chastain and Rafael Esparza to help us set things up here for whatever the hell we're doing.
I do have an article on the Big Spur. Speaking of Rafael, I have an article on the BigSpur.com Circa Sports. Brett McMurphy put out there over under South Carolina's at 7.5 for the win total this season.
Well, okay.
Not much change. I think I saw Tennessee at 9.5, but now they're 8.5. Anyway, we don't have to start the song over, Phil. Let's get out of here. We love all you folks. Thanks for hanging with us. You're great people. It started a little negative in the chat box and ended. And now we are ending and parting as friends.
Always good.